Imagine a gender-equal world, a world free of bias, stereotypes, discrimination, a world that's diverse, equitable, and inclusive, a world where difference is valued and is celebrated. Together, we all can forge women's equality. Happy International Women's Week and happy International Women's Day, which is just about 2 days ahead. Welcome to the 4th edition of NTPC Women Leadership Conclave 2023, a flagship event we look forward to every year. Heartiest welcome to honorable chief guests of the day, to honorable guests of honor, General Manager PMI, my seniors from PMI, the colleagues who are joining over from MS Teams, as well as YouTube channel of Power Management Institute, my dear colleagues, young colleagues from NTPC who are here, and everybody out there, to the men in the company who make it possible for us to happen. For the theme for this year, it is said is embracing equity. So thank you for being you, and thank you for making this beautiful team of NTPC look the way it is. With a heart full of gratitude, love, and inspiration, we are here to welcome the guests of honor for today. I request General Manager PMI, Ms. Rachna Singhal, to do the honors and welcome our dear guests. Dr. Vinita Singh Sahai, Director, IIM Bodh Gaya. I would request ma'am to felicitate her, welcome her with a sort of a planter, just as a token of love from our side to begin with. And that reminds me that it's a good time to tell of you to please keep your mobile phones on silent mode. Thank you so much, Vinita ma'am. Means so much that you took your precious time out and to be here with all of us. It's very inspiring. I now request Rachna madam to welcome Ms. Pratyaksha. She's a renowned Hindi writer, we all know, and we love her work. We love her body of work. She's also CGM Finance in PGCIL. So we wonder how does she manage all of this at the same time? We'll get to know during the conversation we have with her. Thank you very much. And now I request ma'am to also welcome our third guest of honor for today, Tulika ma'am, who is here all the way from Lucknow. And she is foreign leader Tulika Rani. But she's today in the capacity of an athlete and a sports person. She has so many laurels to her credit. Again, somebody who we'll get to know a little more closely during the course of conversation. In the second half, in the post-lunch session, we would have officers from the Indian Air Force joining us. So today is a very special day. We get to know about the beautiful journey, the inspiring journey that these ladies have lived. No wonder this year's theme is embracing equity. You know, often equity and equality are misunderstood. We will get to know a lot about it today, but let us begin with जो हमारे यहाँ हिंदुस्तानी परंपरा में जिसे कहते हैं, हम दीप प्रज्वलन से ही हर सभा की शुरुआत करते हैं. तो सबसे पहले अपने सभी गेस्ट से अनुरोध है कि दीप प्रज्वलन से आज की इस खूबसूरत से दिन का आगाज करें. I request all of you to kindly light the lamp and inaugurate the function.
या कुन्देन्दु तुषारहार धवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता या वीणावरदण्ड.
All the senior leaders from NTPC, you're also requested to join the entire team in inaugurating the ceremony.
या ब्रह्माच्युत शङ्कर प्रभृतिभिः देवैः सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेषजा विचार सार परमा
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everybody.
वीणा पुस्तक.
And before we are about to sit, I would request all of you once again to kindly rise in the honor of NTPC गीत, एक और परंपरा जिसका हम निर्वहन करते हैं.
अंधकार की घोर निशा में ज्योति किरण बन कर हम छाए, शक्ति निगम बन कर हम आए, शक्ति निगम बन कर हम आए। अंधकार की घोर निशा में प्रांत में नगर नगर में गाँव गाँव में डगर डगर में भारत माता के घर घर में नित अभिनव प्रकाश पहुँचाए। अंधकार की घोर निशा में शक्ति के पावन धारा कर दे सिंचित देश हमारा, सदा यही संकल्प हमारा किरण किरण से पुंज बनाए। अंधकार की घोर निशा में ज्योति किरण बन कर हम छाए, शक्ति निगम बन कर हम आए, शक्ति निगम बन कर हम आए। अंधकार की घोर निशा में ज्योति किरण बन कर हम छाए।
Thank you very much. Means a lot. It's like we said, equity and equality are often used interchangeably. I have a little story to tell. Imagine that you're babysitting two children, all right? And they're very, very hungry. You go get a fruit bowl and you start to pick up 2 apples to give to each child. Now remember that at the last moment, one of the child is allergic to apples. Do you still give the child an apple? Do you? No, you don't. And therefore, equality doesn't always work. You don't give apples just for the sake of giving. Instead, you give one an apple and the other a banana because that's how it works. That's how equity works. And this is the theme, changing and going, stepping up the game from equality to equity for women across the world. Our conclave aims to host national level women icons from diverse fields who today share their journey and life lessons with us. In past, we have had scientists, senior bureaucrats, founders of international startups, officers from Indian Navy, Air Force and Army, academicians, artists and authors gracing the occasion. And this year, the canvas is even more expanded. I request Rachna Madam to welcome the guests of honor today on behalf of entire team PMI. So many of us are joining from YouTube channel and from MS Teams. So it will be really great, ma'am, if you could, address the gathering and open the house.
Thank you so much, Kena. Good morning, everyone. Suprabhat. She is a dreamer. She is a believer. She is a doer. And that she is you. You and me. So happy Women's Week, International Women's Week and International Women's Day that we celebrate today. I welcome all the guest speakers who are there on the dais for the forenoon session. I welcome Dr. Vinita Singh Sahai. I am Director, Bodh Gaya. Ms. Pratyaksha Sinha, CGM PGCIL and an author. And Ms. Tulika Rani. Now that I came to know about her, she's foreign leader and a mountaineer and also the G20 ambassador that I really liked for the UP state. So I welcome all our esteemed, distinguished speakers. I welcome all my amazing colleagues present here, all the HR and finance ETs and engineering ETs too, who are here and who are going to celebrate their first Women's Day celebration, International Women's Day celebration in a unique way as a leadership conclave. I welcome all those connected through the YouTube and MS Teams. I welcome you all to this leadership conclave, the fourth leadership conclave. It started from 2020, and this is the fourth in the series. Each year we have been organizing on the International Women's Day, since Holi is there, day after tomorrow, tomorrow and day after. So today is the chosen day for us. So on this day, each year we have been calling distinguished speakers from academia, literature, sports, defense forces. They'll be coming today also from the defense services in the afternoon, corporate startups, like Kenna mentioned, so on. So each year we select, and presently we have the selected few amongst us for the forenoon session in front of you. And I'm very sure the learnings from their life experience will really be very encouraging and motivating for you. I've spent little, maybe 15 minutes, 20 minutes, but I'm myself very much motivated hearing their experiences. So I'm very sure this part of the leadership conclave will be a great experience for you. Women's Day is celebrated to honor the social, economic, and cultural achievements of women all over the world. It's time also to ponder over, introspect as to how we can do better and be stronger. We are the privileged few. I'll say privileged. We may have few issues here and there, but yes, we are the privileged few. Even from our birth, I'd say initial years, we are the privileged few. And since we are here in this great organization, we know we are great achievers in our own sense, and that's a matter of glory. But yes, it's important for us to also see those around us, people whom we come across, how we can, guide them and uplift them, how we can contribute in their success stories so that they also rise and shine. That should be our motto. The theme this year is embracing equity, and very wonderfully explained by Kenna also. And we do have to thank our male colleagues here, whose contribution is immense. We always talk about, in our company, NTPC, we all are from NTPC, and I do always, time and again, like to share what we do, even though all of us know. But yes, for the benefit of our distinguished speakers, we do a lot for the diversity and inclusion. We not only preach, we also practice. And there are certain policies that are there in place in our organization, which we shared amongst the different PSUs also, and which was very much appreciated. A few very important ones I'll just mention. Of course, the maternity leave, those leaves are there everywhere, but the CCL that we give for 2 years fully paid, that is highly appreciated and beneficial for the women employees to take care of the children during the tender years or when they required you most. So CCL is also there. Then there is a quarter CL concept also. So that also policy is well in place. POSH sessions we organize on a regular basis. Leadership conclave is organized for women around this time, and all our projects organized in different ways. But PMI is exclusively organizing the leadership programs, exclusive programs for the women employees at the middle level and also at senior level. Exclusive programs are organized. POSH sessions on a regular basis in all our plants. PMI organizes. We have ICC committee in place everywhere. Our projects and locations are at far-fetched locations, but they're absolutely safe and favorable for our women employees. Our HR and finance are already posted there, and others also, and those who are there on YouTube will really vouch for it. They're absolutely safe places for our women employees. Another thing that I would like to mention, it was a unique thing in NTPC was inducting an exclusive all women batch, because through a committee a recommendation had come that women are really doing very well, but since our locations are far-fetched, not many were coming. So that was a really bold and a great decision that was made, wherein an all women batch of 50 employees was taken, and same training as ETs, they were taken and training was given, and they're posted in different projects, and they're working in operations. Since in our NTPC, we post all our employees in operation first. So that is also a matter of equality, that our women employees are also posted in operations department in the shift duty they do. And they're placed at places where the law is in place regarding posting of women employees in the shift duty. So they're posted in 3 locations as of now, but they are posted on an equal basis, equality basis in the first posting. So that is about NTPC. I'm not going to talk too much. I'll just say, all my dear friends, please rise and shine. Make the world a better place to live. Holi is around the corner. Tomorrow is the Choti Holi, and day after the colorful Holi. So let the vibrant colors of Holi make you brighter and stronger. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And now the moment has come. We all had been waiting to hear from our dear guests. We have about 3 hours in hand, and we hope to hear from each of the guests for about an hour. Could we request Vinita, ma'am, if it's good to go, could we begin with you, ma'am? There's a little something that we'd want to show that a young ETs have made for you. Dr. Vinita Sahai is the second woman in the country appointed by the Government of India to head IIM Bodh Gaya. She joined IIM Bodh Gaya as the founder director, and prior to that, she was a professor of marketing at IIM Raipur and worked at different capacities: chairperson, international relations, chairperson, doctoral program, chairperson, student affairs. The rest of it are in these beautiful pictures. You know why we did that? Because one picture tells 1,000 stories. Today we celebrate you, Dr. Vinita Sahai, and we can't wait to hear from you. Every year the concept of the conclave is very, very informal. We do not do it the traditional way. So let's keep it informal. Let's make it interactive. Let's talk it with each other. Let's talk on issues that are important. And to begin with, I would request Rachna ma'am to get into a conversation with Vinita ma'am, and all of us will be pitching in.
Thank you so much. I'll start the conversation with Dr. Vinita. I already had one, so I know what's best to ask her now for the benefit of others. So, ma'am, what inspired you to join the academic challenges, the academic field?
First of all, this girl represents the New India, which is rooted in tradition. New India, which is inclusive. New India, which takes a lot of pride in this gender that is making poetry Thank you so much. Which is so I think the one word which I love is सखी. तो चलो आज कुछ सखीवाद करते हैं. अच्छा तो होता कि see I have another one more philosophy. We are enjoying Women's Day, though it's very important, no doubt about it. International Women's Day, because this is also a day where we all come together and we enjoy and celebrate our Sakhivat. We also share what all we have been able to do. We also share what yet is pending to call for action then. And we also, in a way, discuss the current pain points. So it just gave us some time to a window or a space. But having said it, I love Mother Teresa when she used this phrase, don't call me for anti-war rallies. I will not come. Call me for peace rallies. I would love to take this to the table. As long as we continue to make Women's Day. Which is sitting, I think young it is. So welcome and hats off to you all. You've just started your journey. And here I have more people on my age group. So seniors and who've been there and done it all, seen it all. And that's why there are so many valuable lessons we know we can share. So now coming back to this young group, I keep telling them, you should wear your femininity with a lot of grace and conviction. And yet, people talking to you, not even for a moment, should feel that they're talking to women or they're talking to somebody different. It's as simple as that. Develop something in your body language that the gender just doesn't exist in between. It's just two individuals talking, two professionals talking. Period. We need to bring it to that. And yet we take pride in our jhumkas, in our saris, in our whatever. I said, do it. But don't let it become the center of attraction or the point of discussion. Femininity is to be worn with grace and elan and pride. So when we start moving in that direction, we enter into organization, we enter into rooms just as professionals. And that's equity.
Hello?
The moment you say a women leader coming, what women leader is a leader, no?
Women employee.
Do the men say men leadership?
ठीक है.
Do they say that? So till when we'll say this is a question. And yet we may still continue because there is some merit in it. But while we do so, this should be the how quickly we come to a point that we don't have to say it in this way. Fine. So this is the resolve in our lifetime we should be able to achieve. So with that set aside, now I come back to Rachna's ma'am question as to why I became a teacher. It's a long history. One is all said and done. There are only two noble professions: teaching and medicine. Sorry, I know you're going to take offense. See, this is one way in which we actually go and touch lives. We must have done something really great
I'm a practicing Hindu, so I believe in karma. So I feel I must have done some really good deeds in my past life to be born as a teacher. Because this is so empowering. This is so beautiful a role. I actually feel this power. You know what? I'm a very big fan of one dialogue from Spider-Man. With the power is the big responsibility. So every day when I get up, I know I have a power as a teacher. I know that 26 years, this is the biggest wealth that I've earned. That's a lot of students. And believe me, no matter where you are, you're at the airport, पीछे से आवाज आएगी, विनीता मैम, आप पानी पुचका खा रहे हो, यहाँ पे पुचका पीछे से आवाज आएगी, विनीता मैम, and you will say, oh no, not at this moment. They're all over. Because 26 years is a lot of time to touch lives. So every time you go and touch life, they remember you. And no matter where they find you, they come screaming to you, and which is power. Which is power. So, but yes, it's a huge responsibility. अभी अगर आप इन फोटो में भी देखें तो अगर अभी की फोटो देखें मैं बेशक हंस रही हूँ बट दिख रहा है ना स्ट्रेस इसलिए I hate this picture of mine. So please remove it. You know why? Because I'm in a tough job right now. You know, it's a setting up of a new institution in a very, very hostile terrain. And unlike the brand I am, which we are all very proud of, but believe me, when an IIM is set up, 2018, when I joined in as founder director, February I joined, until as late as August 2018, I was a single employee. Yeah, it's not easy. It appears to be easy. And you know what? One fine day in the politically correct statements have to come out because this is being leaved. I am told this is also being beamed. So yes, one fine day IIM comes up and I'm a marketing professor. I know the brand. See, all across the globe. If there is two brands India has produced, it is IIM. No matter this three-letter acronym is so powerful. First of all, Indians have done amazingly well in knowledge space. And within knowledge space, I recollect, I think my first passport stamp must have been somewhere in early 80s. And by the time even West Germany and East Germany were separate, and if you standing in Berlin or in Paris, people used to look down you and say, oh, you brown Asian. You go to Harvard now, and they'll say, oh, you smart Indian professor. I recently had this experience, and this I must share because this is not about me, this is about my new India. We're doing something called AACSB accreditation at IIM. AACSB is like hallmark of quality for a business school. So you get the whole process done, and then you are AACSB accredited. And if you get all three, you are known as triple crown AACSB equals Anamba. So we are attempting at the first one, which is AACSB, which is the most difficult one. We started the journey 2 years back. And this year, about 20 days ago, I was at San Antonio representing my institution. So I went there, and in the hall, which was big, there were about 697 deans and directors from across the globe, right from Peru and Colombia to South Korea, predominantly Americans as well. We were in a hall, and all of a sudden, you know that businesses have this new responsibility of being a little more responsible because Corona has showed the world that businesses cannot run the way they've been running. You must have seen that change already. वो तो बिल्कुल दुनिया में दिख रहा है कि yes, we covered the planet Earth with plastic, and planet Earth said, okay, come on, now let me wrap you around in plastic. So remember your days when we used to sit in Indigo completely wrapped in plastic. I used to wonder, हमने क्या किया? Why is this saja to us? Through visors, we used to look at each other. So that's a repercussion of what we have been doing to planet Earth. So businesses have really woken up. And all of a sudden, everybody is talking of responsible business. So this is another chapter 9, which is included. And this is the biggest standard and difficult most standard businesses are coping up with. So the conference has started with that. 697 deans directors wanted to learn how do we handle this biggest challenge. And the the organization team, the senior most brass, they said, I know that you have a lot of problems. So there is a white paper we have written, and we're going to demonstrate it that how some of the schools are doing such a brilliant job here. And they started giving a demonstration for businesses too, that how the conversation of socially responsible and sustainability can be taught and how this can be totally incorporated to the institution. They showed us a lot of sheets, a lot of data, a lot of impact sheets, everything was shown. And the whole world of 697 directors were, wow, such a great work done. And they said that, this is done by some school in India in a small city, blah, 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 blah. And you know what? After that, my life became so easy. All that, and in the evening, and Indians, as I said, we've become very, very good with knowledge workers. So currently, I think in US also, there are about 67 deans and directors, which are of Indian origin. So immediately and these days WhatsApp is big, no? So they immediately made me a part of that group. I said, okay, yeah, it's a privilege to be part of that group. So in the evening, we were having a dinner, all 47 of them, and like this. And then when my turn came to introduce me, I just had to say that, I'm Vinita Sahai, and the story which was going on was about my business school. Believe me, those 47 professors and directors of Indian origin were so proud. Not me, but first my country, India. Because, India always knew businesses have to be sustainable. India always knew that Artha, the profit motive, is not bad. And yet, there has to be way and scheme to go about it. So first of all, they said, okay, there is one Indian saying it loud and clear, taking complete pride in the Indianness. And you know what? I was wearing typically the sari because I love to shock people if they're wearing business suits. Let me just show my Indianness. And imagine the amount of love they showered. I'm not very good at taking compliments. I actually get very flustered. So intro part is really, I'd look down. But there I really was flustered for the entire 6-7 days because they started, mere paas aayenge, aise karke selfie lenge and then posted, the selfie with the star of the conference. I said, what are you doing this? And when I started wondering as to why they loved me so much, I could relate because they were taking pride in the country. They were taking pride in such meaningful conversations, which we always knew. And I was just kind of representing that. I'm using the word representing that. So this is how we are doing as a country. Knowledge workers, we really set. So whether it is IT, people keep saying IT, it's nothing but knowledge workers, And recently, as I said, almost in my space, at least in business schools, we're doing great. Now coming back to teaching. So yes, this is a huge power because you touch lives. So why I said ITs and IIMs are the biggest brand in the country? Because of the millions of lives we have touched. See, these are two institutions where come what may, only meritocracy prevails. Only meritocracy. There's no other way you could be having any surname. It is irrespective. I so proudly in my team say, I said, एक कोई आदमी prove कर दो कि मेरे को पहले से जानते थे. I'll resign here and now. See, this is the conviction of the systems and the processes that will come up. And that's the reason anybody who works hard in India can be there. And once you're there, the life is transformed. We touch them and the orbit changes and orbit changes not just for that family, and for that individual, the orbit changes for the family, the mohalla, and all taken together. And this is the reason why we are known across the globe, no matter which part of the globe you go, people take cognizance. So, but yes, now coming back to why I became a teacher, so what's this power? And with this power came this responsibility. Now, I was talking to Rachna and I was telling her that even amongst the IIMs, look at the newer ones. The older ones have been there for 70 years. Great work done by them. And we are so grateful that today, if we have this brand power, it is all courtesy the good work that they have done in the past. But having said it, today IIMs are very different. Can you believe it? I already have a batch size of 300, and my senior campus may have a batch size of 320. I already have 700 students on campus. And next year, this June, when I'm going to take over um about 60,384 square meters of state of the art, absolutely new campus, I would have 1,100 students. So we're really, really growing very, very fast because India needs more. If I share some data, why I said that this India really, really enthuses me, believe me, I mean every word of it. Can you believe it? Currently, where are we standing? India, not just at 1.4 billion, median age of 26. Imagine almost 40% in less than 20, 67% between 19 to 35. Wow, we are young India. We've arrived in this aging world. I teach in Denmark. I've been there for 10 years. I know how Japan is struggling hard with population, and they've been pushing people to have babies because they know if they don't, Japanese may actually become extinct. I used to joke in Copenhagen, banao banao park banao, बच्चे तो हमारे ही खेलेंगे. Yeah, we represent the future. We are the future. Median age of 26. Do you understand what it means? Productive population. Population which can go and turn around the world. They would ask us to come and serve there because they have no choice. But is the big caveat. Where is it going to come from? Where is it going to come from? We, the teachers. Why I said that I am senior IIMs had a batch size of 300. I have a batch size of 700 today. Why do I say my face looks so stressed and we as a team don't sleep? How can I sleep? I'm the teacher of the country. 26, if I'm saying the median age is 26, if I don't teach this population, if I don't upgrade this population, if I don't skill up this population, if I don't scale up this population, you know what? This population will finish us. All the analysis, all the criticalities, I don't wish to because I don't like the negative words. I only look at the sunshine. That's the best part of being with the young people, you know. That's the best part of being a teacher. You only remain with sunshine. So, if the teacher sleeps, कौन पढ़ाएगा? कौन बढ़ाएगा? क्या हमें नींद आ सकती है? क्या हम सो सकते हैं? क्या हम आराम से ले सकते हैं? क्योंकि इंडिया पूरी देख रही है, मैम मुझे पढ़ाओ ना, मैम मुझे बढ़ाओ. तो 700 क्या? और इसी फिलॉसफी से हमारी टीम काम करती है. अब like someone were asking, women empowerment slogan से, बैनर से, चिल्लाने से नहीं होता है. एक एग्जांपल देती हूँ. I joined in 18. Can you believe it? We are iron. There's no girl in batch. No girl in batch. I joined in February 2018. May, I was sitting with admission. I had given offer to 9. One turned off, another turned off, another turned off. We lost hope. Then one day we were sitting like this in May, and then a family walks in, mother, father, and a young child from Uttarakhand. Privacy violation. I won't take the name of the student. She walked in and her father was filling up the form, and he just looked up and asked me, "Ma'am, और कितनी लड़कियां हैं?" I said, "बस आप ही की है." He got up. No. ऐसे हम बिहार, I don't want to use the word, but you know what it means. ऐसे कैसे छोड़ दें, ऑल बॉयज हॉस्टल में लड़की अकेली, ये वो, नया कॉलेज है आपका. 4.5 hours it took me. I called all the students from Uttarakhand. आओ जरा इनको अपनी भाषा में समझाओ, you know, it is not so dangerous or difficult. 4.5 hours we went on and on and on, giving a glorious future to that girl. Finally, I said, see, here's my mobile. Here's my number. And there's a facility called Hotline. No matter what, I will pick up your phone. And we had, I don't like to talk about the very difficult times that we had. We had only 2.5 rooms to run an IM at that point of time. 2.5 rooms we were running an IM, out of which one room had an attached toilet, which was mine, so-called director. And I said, okay, what we will do is your girl stays where we are sitting. This is the only one room with attached toilet. Your girl gets this. And there is two outsourced workers, young girls that I have. I'm going to ask one to get converted into residential worker. She stays. I'm going to ask my chief administrative office to get another room at the end of the block. And I'm going to put 2 guards 24/7. Is that good enough? And we did it. And that one girl stayed. From that one girl, we made it to 3 next year. And from 3, believe me, 66. And that was, we were so happy about it. So today my campus has rich, vibrant community of about 20 to 30% girls. And mind you, we can't be equal. It's currently, as I'm saying, because only 20% girls write CAT exam. So how can you make it 50? And we've been making it 50. No, there's some campuses are even making them. But we're doing it a little. We have supernumerary quota. We do give separate marks to girls. All that we're doing. But still, we make about 20 to 30%, which I feel is good enough. Because, as I say, this is the surest way to touch lives. That one girl who goes back, she gets a brilliant job. She inspires 20 more to come next time. So slowly and surely, number of girls writing CAT, the common admission test, to get into us will improve, and slowly and surely the things would happen. But again, the conversation is चिल्लाने से नहीं होगा, बोनर लगाने से नहीं होगा, लड़की को हाथ पकड़ के जाके पकड़ना पड़ता है उस वक्त. And that is the role that we all have to play. So Sakira is important, and yet I used to always tell that girl, so what, you're alone? Why are you making this fuss about being alone? And very soon she started using this conversation. So what if I'm alone? You know, again, this whole neutrality about gender. And today, about 6 months into the course, when I used to look at her, oh, she was just one of the 66 students that I had. And mind you, at that point of time, like when I entered, I had a batch size of only 38 because there were constraints of hostel, this and that. I said, constraints ke baare mein nahi. So I remember we said कि नहीं 66 batch करते हैं. नहीं, 80 करते हैं. My team told, ma'am, कमरा नहीं है. I said, कमरा हमरा सब देखा जाएगा. Because which is there's a second conversation. That at a population of 1.4 billion, you know, CAT is so competitive. About 2.5 lakh people write CAT. We only take 6 to 7,000 even with the enhanced capacities. And the one who walks in is no different from one which stays out. 15 सेकंड का concentration lapse हुआ नहीं, I'm अहमदाबाद से बोध गया आ जाते हो. और another 10 seconds का हुआ नहीं कि बोध गया से भी बाहर हो जाते हो. So why become so cruel? We don't do selection. Unfortunately, we are still doing elimination. So can we be a little more compassionate about elimination? Can we a little more, let's stretch ourselves and create more opportunities is the whole crux with which I tell my team. I said, तुमको see team के साथ काम कर रहे हो ना, तो वो भी बोलते हैं मैम एक्स्ट्रा पढ़ाना पड़ेगा. I said, एक्स्ट्रा पढ़ाना पड़ेगा is one language. एक और बच्चे के जीवन को दिशा दोगे is another language. Choose कर लो कौन सी languages करनी है. And believe me, I have never had any problem telling my team. उनको बोलो अभी seriously elective course में 140 भी पढ़ा देती है मेरी team. I said, choose कर लो कि 140 में स्ट्रगल करना है, एक्स्ट्रा कॉपी चेक करनी है, या 60 बच्चों को मना कर कि जाओ भाग जाओ, हमारे पास जगह नहीं. डाइल्यूशन भी नहीं करना. So this December, I think 16th December is when I closed my placements. average 16, maximum 48, all those. And needless to say, we've been clocking 100% and we've been, because see, when you take responsibility, I'm not saying कि 60 की जगह 70 ले, 70 के हम तो 100 भी ले सकते हैं, because being an IIM, getting students for us is no problem. Problem is, you have a brand. You have to live up to the expectations. When a student walks in, there is a responsibility that you take up, that you give him a safe environment, good learning, good opportunities, and so on and so forth. But can we take rest is the question. How can we as teachers, हमारे यहाँ गुरु की परंपरा, हम कितना एंटाइटलमेंट मोड में आते, तो जैसे आप देखिए कितनी बार मैंने लोगों को देखा चौराहे पे पकड़े जाएंगे गलत काम करते हुए, तुरंत बोलेंगे भाई मैं प्रोफेसर हूँ, टीचर हूँ. उस वक्त उम्मीद करते हैं उस सिपाही से कि वो याद रखे कि गुरुओं का समाज में अलग स्थान है, तब भूल जाते हैं जब कॉपी चेक करनी होती है. So that's a whole equation between power and responsibility. Yes, historically हमारे देश में गुरुओं का एक अलग स्थान होता था. उसी स्थान से मैंने बोला कि ताकत तो सिर्फ दो लोगों में है जिंदगी छूने की, टीचर्स एंड मेडिसिन. जब लोग दर्द में होते हैं तब डॉक्टर भगवान होता है, और जब लोग गुमराह होते हैं तो टीचर ईश्वर होता है. सो इसके साथ जिम्मेदारी है, और इस जिम्मेदारी को हर वक्त महसूस करना पड़ता है, हर वक्त जीना पड़ता है. सो मैम, अब ये क्यों, एक तो ठीक है ये अपने आप इट ग्रोज ऑन यू, बिकॉज आपको जब इतने यू शुड लुक एट द लाइक इवन दिस गर्ल, जब उसका फादर जाते जाते मैम ध्यान रखिएगा, ऐसे जान ले लोगे क्या? नंबर दे दिया, कमरा दे दिया, अभी क्या जान लोगे? हंस के मैंने बोला ऐसे देखो इससे ज्यादा कुछ नहीं हो सकता फिलहाल, बट आई डू रिकग्नाइज कि वो मेरे भरोसे छोड़ के गया था अपनी बेटी को. सो कितने पेरेंट्स आके जब हाथ पकड़ के बोल के जाते हैं मैम बस देख लीजिएगा, ऐसे हाँ देख रहे हैं. और अभी तो I was telling Rachna, post-corona, and we recently started another program, which is IPM, which is a program after class 12, K-12. We get 17 and 18-year-olds. And when we started, this was exactly the time when the corona batch walked into our campus. And believe me, we keep saying corona was tough. Believe me, corona was toughest on that age group, which did the class 10 in corona times and also almost 12th in corona times. एक तो teenage, उससे related दुनिया भर के issues, hormones and this and that. For 2 years you are shut down. You had nobody to talk to. All of a sudden, parents, in case they were working, were never to be seen on your head 24/7. Was it easy? And then entire society, अच्छा इस साल बोर्ड का एग्जाम है. This phrase really, scares students and as well as mothers. They had tough time. The bio clocks had completely changed. I don't know whether you noticed. They had no time for sleep. They were sleeping at 4 a.m. in the morning. And then one fine day, they were handed over to us. कि मैम अभी ना देख लीजिएगा. And we still decopying them. It is tough to make them do yoga at 6 so that they sleep at 10. Because all those with this younger group is a bigger responsibility. I keep telling my team कि इनके साथ देखो अलग मेहनत करनी पड़ेगी. माँ बाप बड़े भरोसे के साथ छोड़ के गए हैं कि हम इन्हें कुछ जादू करके बदल देंगे, जो उनसे तो बदले नहीं. But yes, this is the journey which goes on as a teacher. But having said it, there is another one beautiful thing. I don't have time. Maybe one fine day we may come back again, and I was volunteering my organization to Rachna ji that we would love to do a lot of work with NTPC because first of all, in Bihar, you have huge presence. So that makes us very, very, right organization to do work because even geographies are important. And secondly, there are a lot of meaningful conversation that we have started doing. Like if I share what is so specific about my IIM is, like we know historically IIM Ahmedabad is known for agri and strategy, and then Bangalore is known for public policy, and then Calcutta has always been good with decision sciences. So 18 when we started, And I don't know how many of you know Bodh Gaya. Bodh Gaya gets more international tourists than Goa. You know, more than 1 million people, international tourists, come to Bodh Gaya. We have an international airport, 10 minutes from our campus, of course. And it's a very, very cosmopolitan city, second biggest in Bihar, and it has heritage. It's World Heritage Site, that's a different story, but we also have a heritage. If you enter Bodh Gaya, somewhere you will find land of enlightenment. And I remember when I came, the batch was already there. So they had started calling themselves as hashtag enlightening IIM. And I had to tell them, come on, shut up. This is too big a claim to make. Enlightening IIM, as if we're going to do it. This August, I agreed. So if you go to my website today, yes, you will find hashtag enlightening IIM. And why I feel that we have earned from 18 to 22, this hashtag is this whole distinction that we have chosen for ourselves, which is we have chosen a basic core value to the Run School as we want to create socially responsible, mindful leaders. This is the space which I, as a school, wish to occupy. तो हमें जाना जाए वक्त के साथ किस चीज के लिए, being a mindfulness center. That is the legacy of the space. उस जगह की धरोहर है वो, उस जगह की विरासत है वो, उस जगह का reason for existence है वो. It's not ordinary space. I'm told that world's 3 most contemplative religions have its origin there: Buddhism, Sikhism, and Jainism. Something which is in the environment. Thousands of people have been chanting and meditating in that space. कुछ तो होगा कि पूरी इंडिया में घूमने के बाद बुद्धा जी वहीं आके एनलाइटन हुए. तो हम उसको रिकैप्चर कर रहे हैं. एक और जगह है जो बहुत इंस्पायर करती है, जस्ट 70 किलोमीटर दूर, नालंदा. हजारों साल पहले, you go and take a good guide and then he tells you that it was much more difficult to get into Nalanda than what is to get into Harvard today. People, very select few people used to get selected after camping for months outside. And still, there was a whole city which had come across it, which was leftover of that university, those who could not get inside. And the most heartbreaking piece of the information which you keep hearing is that 2.5 months it was on fire when Khilji finally destroyed it. सोचिए 2.5 महीने तक क्या जला होगा उस लाइब्रेरी में कि आग ही नहीं बुझी उसकी. क्या विरासत जली होगी, क्या धरोहर जली होगी. वो तो कुछ जो लेके भाग गए हैं थे लोग, Chinese and different people, that only is available. Rest everything was gutted. Believe me, go and stand there. I do it very often. Whenever I get bogged down, it's not that I don't get bogged down. I do. It's a very, very different terrain. So when and mind you, we get a lot of teachers training. So all that I do is I took them there. वो ट्रिप बहुत इंस्पायरिंग होती है. पहले दशरथ मांझी आते हैं, एक गांव के अनपढ़ आदमी ने पूरा पहाड़ तोड़ डाला, उस पर एक पिक्चर भी है. एंड देन यू गेट टू नालंदा. नालंदा में बस आपको कुछ नहीं खड़ा होना है, बस यू जस्ट स्टैंड एंड soak in that space as a teacher, and then you come back with the resolve कि ठीक है, था ना, अब फिर बनाना है. हम एक कब तक जिएंगे, आज का क्या हाल है. मैं इतना बहुत टॉल क्लेम है अगर हम बोलें कि हम नालंदा बना रहे हैं, बट हाँ, पूरी चेष्टा वही चल रही है. सो अब वो जो माइंडफुलनेस स्पेस हमने क्रिएट किया, बिकॉज बहुत अर्ली 17-18 में मुझे लगने लगा था. आई स्टिल रिमेंबर आई वाज एट हार्वर्ड एट 17 फॉर सम वर्क, and Indians again are doing exceptionally good at Harvard. Needless to say, not only the dean is an Indian, नोरिया जी डीन है, और बहुत तातर देशमुख बहुत अच्छा काम जो कर रहे हैं वहाँ पे लोग इंडियंस हैं. तो अचानक से मैंने सुना, यार वो टू डू मैनेजमेंट में हम सब टू डू की बात करते हैं ना, ये करो ये करो ये करो, 6 सिग्मा लगा दो, जस्ट इन टाइम, क्वालिटी सर्कल, दिस, एवरीथिंग इज अबाउट टू डू. अचानक से आई नोटिस दैट समथिंग एल्स वाज गोइंग ऑन. पीपल वर टॉकिंग टू बी. Frankly speaking, समझ नहीं आया था, what do you mean by to be? सर ये टू डू टू बी क्या होता है यार, एंड ऐसे समझ में नहीं आता. बट स्टिल if you go to my message as the director message I haven't changed it since then, because that's where we decided that okay, we wish to be in this to be space and let's learn. हमें नहीं आता, and I admit हमें नहीं आ रहा था तब, बट ये बता था कि यार इस जगह की धरोहर ये है तो हम यहीं कुछ करेंगे. एंड बिलीव मी, जब इंटेंशन अच्छी होती है ना तो इसे आप शुरू कीजिए, कारवा बनता चला जाता है. तो आज मेरा छोटा सा कारवा बन गया है. आप जैसी यंग 4-5 प्रोफेसर्स हैं मेरे पास, 4 लड़कियां ऑफ कोर्स उसमें से. ऑल ऑफ देम आर इन द आइदर इन द एरिया ऑफ पॉजिटिविज्म, resilience, वर्क लाइफ बैलेंस, पॉजिटिव साइकोलॉजी, गीता, Upanishad. We're talking Ayurveda, we're talking yoga, we're talking meditation, we're talking whole lot. And I think the clarity is there in the team. And as I said, we chose this AACSB journey as well meanwhile. So everything is percolated. Like I'm a marketing teacher. So when I teach marketing, there is a section on mindful consumption and mindful marketing. So the moment you become these two, imagine you can't give processed foods much to your children, much to your campus, much to yourself. And that's the reason when we run the program, there is a section on how do we not take processed foods? How do we do detox from these 6-7 screens? वैसे तो एक ही बहुत है, ब्रह्मांड है ये. But when we say mindfulness and being on 6 screens, how is it that possible? So all these conversations are very clearly, then we talk about Ayurveda as well and the whole lot of wholesome offerings which India has. So again, as a teacher, you feel, because एक चीज देखिए, टीचर होने में जो मुझे सबसे बड़ी जिम्मेदारी आज की तारीख में लगती है, सबसे बड़ी जिम्मेदारी is how do I, इसलिए जितनी बार किना ने अपनी संस्कारों में प्राइड लिया, I just loved her. Because और मैं यंग लोगों के साथ रहती हूँ, और ये गलती हमारी है, हमारी और हमसे पिछले जनरेशन की, और उससे पिछले गलती या जो भी, मतलब मिस्टेक ही कहेंगे. बिकॉज 2 चीजें, और ऑफ कोर्स उससे पहले 700 साल नहीं भी तो कम से कम 200-300 साल की गुलामी जो हमने की. वी हैव स्टॉप्ड टेकिंग प्राइड इन थिंग्स विच आर आर. वी स्टॉप टेकिंग प्राइड. क्या देश है हमारा. सोचिए, कोरोना में आ गया ना सबको कि ये सबसे अच्छा है, आ गया ना. क्यों छुए किसी का गंदा हाथ, क्यों किसी को मौका दें कि वो जोर से दबा दे और वहीं हमें पॉश लगाना पड़े. दूर से बात करो. एंड येट आपने कभी नमस्कार का मतलब समझा है? आज गूगल कीजिएगा प्लीज. इट्स सच अ प्रोफाउंड मीनिंग, such a profound meaning. The highest in me goes down to the highest in you. The highest in me. No gender, no caste, no creed, no nationality, nothing. I'm seeing you as one soul. Highest in me, which resides here, goes down to the highest in you. Look at the respect. Look at the energy exchange at which you're doing it. Can it get any better? मेरी बेटी ऐसे झुक के नमस्ते करती है और डिस्टिंक्टिव है वो, मतलब बोलती है मम्मी, लोग इतना, हमारी जनरेशन वाले तो बहुत ही याद करते हैं, बड़े मन से आशीर्वाद देते. और उसने बहुत पीयर प्रेशर बर्दाश्त किया था कि मम्मी ये ना, मेरे को लोग बोलते बहुत डाउन मार्केट है. ऐसे बेटा कोई बात नहीं, करती रह तू. तो और बिलीव मी, रोज उसको एक 500 मिलीग्राम का इंजेक्शन देना पड़ता था कि नहीं नहीं बेटा परफेक्ट कर दे. देख वो वाले अंकल को याद है ना, तेरे को तो ऐसे करके नमस्ते किया. थोड़ी सी हमें उस यंग जनरेशन को, जब वो अनश्योर होते हैं कि मम्मी ये ठीक भी है जो तुम मुझसे करवाती हो, टक्कर दे जाके मम्मी सब लोग हाय बोलते हैं। ऐसे अब हाय कब बोला जाता था ये तो हम सबको पता है। I don't want to denigrate anyone, but I I need to take pride in what we were doing and who we were. It's important for the self-esteem. अगर कन्विक्शन ही नहीं होगा कि हम सही करते हैं, हमें आता है कैसे करना है, you don't tell me. Like I feel like telling Western world, you go to Australia, you go to America, they'll show you a building and say, ma'am, this is ancient. I said, okay, how ancient? 200-year-old. I said, मेरे मोहल्ले में आ, हर तीसरी बिल्डिंग तेरे को 200 साल पुरानी दिखाऊंगी. Ancient? Ancient? Do you even understand the meaning of the word ancient? Ancient समझ में आता है बनारस की गली में जाके खड़े हो जाओ, बस बोलने की भी जरूरत नहीं है. You actually get, या महाबलीपुरम के टेम्पल में जाके खड़े हो जाइए. Ancient वहां समझ में आता है. आर्ट, टेक्नोलॉजी, म्यूजिक, कल्चर वहां समझ में आता है. So first, take lot of pride in who we are. There has been very systematic killing of that. Britishers को पता था, लिखा है, regimented है कि if only we wanted to break India, they would have to break education. And that's why all this Macaulay Commission had come into being. They knew it. बोलते आज लिटरेसी 100% लिटरेसी थी पूरा आपके बॉम्बे प्रोविंस में. उस वक्त मिड्रॉस कहते थे, मिड्रॉस प्रोविंस में 100% लिटरेसी. हर गांव में गुरुकुल होता था. अब गुरुकुल से पूछिए तो एक सिर्फ मैं गूगल करने के लिए आपको एक फूड फॉर थॉट देके जा रही हूँ. टाइप कीजिएगा मल्टीपल इंटेलिजेंस मॉडल, बस टाइप कीजिएगा, मिलियंस ऑफ आपको आ जाएंगे लिंक्स. फाइन, मिलियंस आएंगे बिकॉज बहुत बड़ा मॉडल है हार्वर्ड का, ऑफ कोर्स. फाइन, सीखने जाएंगे तो नाक में से पैसा. लाइक आई हेट द अप्रोच टुवर्ड्स व्हिच दे डील नॉलेज. Like in my school also, the bill for my Harvard case studies is more than 1 crore. And as an Indian, I hate it. हमारी केस स्टडी होती है, ताज पे होगी, इन्फोसिस पे होगी, $7 पर डाउनलोड पर स्टूडेंट. मतलब उसको हम डाउनलोड करके बच्चे को देते हैं $7. आजकल 100 रुपए चल रहा है, ऑलमोस्ट 700 रुपए का एक केस. एज एन इंडियन मेरे दिल में ना लगता है, ऐसे देखो इनको एजुकेशन ही ऐसे बेचते हैं. तो ठीक है, दैट्स द मॉडर्न वे ऑफ IPR एंड कॉपीराइट्स एंड दिस एंड दैट. बट कमिंग बैक टू इट, हमने तो नहीं मांगा ना. जीरो भी ऐसे दे रखा है, योगा भी ऐसे. ऐसे मैं तो हंसती हूँ, ऐसे जितनी बार प्राणायाम ऊपर करते हो ना, 1 सेंट दे दिया करो बस, हमारा हो जाएगा. हमने बताया ना कि दिस इज वे टू डू थिंग्स. बट कीप दोस कन्वर्सेशन असाइड. नाउ अगेन पॉइंट इज, वी ऑलवेज हैड दिस वेल्थ. मल्टीपल इंटेलिजेंस मॉडल में वो आपको छोटा सा ज्ञान में बता देते हो, जो मैम के सेकंड क्वेश्चन को भी एड्रेस करता है कि मैं टीचर क्यों बनी. आप बहुत यंग एज में आप लोग पेरेंट्स हैं, आप लोग पेरेंट्स बनेंगे. जब हम लोग टीचर्स के लिए वर्कशॉप्स करते हैं तो हम बहुत स्ट्रांगली पढ़ाते हैं. या अपने MBA स्टूडेंट्स को मैं बहुत खुद 2 दिन जाके इसी पे काम करती हूँ बच्चों के साथ, क्योंकि ये ब्रिटिश या जो भी एजुकेशन सिस्टम्स ने खराब कर दिया हमारा तरीका. एजुकेशन लाइक मल्टीपल इंटेलिजेंस मॉडल, जस्ट इन 2 मिनट्स में बताती हूँ. ये कहता है कि ईच वन ऑफ यू आर ब्लेस्ड विद वन इंटेलिजेंस, प्रीडोमिनेंट इंटेलिजेंस. फाइन. And in the very young age, this should be identified so that a human being pursues education in that line. और सोच के देखिए, जब उसने काम शुरू किया था, he started with 8 intelligences ने उसने काम किया था. अभी ऑलरेडी 11वीं की बात कर रहा है. So it's a work in progress in a way. but yet he has made not trillions but millions out of this work. और हमारे पास अब बॉक्स पैक करके वापस भेजा है. अब मुझे इतनी हंसी आती है. ऐसे तुम अभी 11 तक पहुंचे हो. ओके, हमारी तरीकों में शुरू से बताया जाता है 64 कलाएं होती हैं. गुरुकुल में बताया जाता था 64 कलाएं होती हैं. उस गुरुकुल में बच्चे को बचपन में बता दिया जाता था, बेटा तेरी ये कला है, बेटी तेरी ये कला है, इसे सीख लो. ये वर्ण व्यवस्था जिसको हमारे बदनाम करते रहते हैं, ये वर्ण व्यवस्था उस पर आधारित थी. धर्म का मतलब धर्म नहीं होता है. धर्म का मतलब योर व्हाट यू कॉल इट, योर वर्क. बट सब खराब कर दिया गया, सब उल्टा पुल्टा बता दिया गया कि ऐसा करते वैसा करते. अरे 64 तरीके बताए थे, अभी तो तुम 11वां सीख रहे हो. सो उन चलिए 11वां नए मॉडल को ही सिखाते हैं, स्कूल्स में सिखाते हैं, हम लोग जाके सिखाते हैं. लाइक आई गो टू डीपीएस, वेर एवर वी कैन गो, वी टेंड टू टेल टीचर्स, बिकॉज सी हमारे पास तो टर्शियरी एजुकेशन में पहुंचते हैं, बाय दैट टाइम दे आर डन एंड डस्टेड. लेकिन एक्चुअली तो स्कूल में कैप्चर होना चाहिए ये कि कौन सी बच्चे की प्रीडोमिनेंट इंटेलिजेंस है और वो क्या अच्छा काम करेगा. कुछ एक्सीडेंटली अपनी जगह पहुंच जाते हैं. आई एम द लकी वन, बिकॉज समवेयर, याद आप इस जनरेशन में भी होता होगा, बट हमारी जनरेशन में होता था ना, टीचर्स डे वाले दिन टीचर बन जाते थे हम लोग. द स्टूडेंट्स वर मेड टीचर्स एंड वी वर सपोज्ड टू गो एंड टीच. सो इन माय स्कूल दिस ट्रेडिशन वाज देयर. एंड 10th एंड 12th को नहीं बनाते थे, तो 9th एंड 11th में हम लोगों को टीचर्स बनाया जाता था. मम्मी की साड़ी बोरी ऑफ करके हम साड़ी पहन के जाते थे और पढ़ाते थे. देन माय स्कूल देयर वर 2 doors लाइक दिस. सो ये वाले डोर से हम घुसते थे, पढ़ाना शुरू कर देते थे. एंड देन द रियल टीचर यूज टू स्नीक फ्रॉम द डोर बिहाइंड एंड सिट थ्रू आवर क्लास. सो आई थिंक 9th and 11th, both the time, I do remember, I did win the best teacher award. Because जो टीचर आया और कब वो चला गया मुझे पता भी नहीं चला. और ये एक बहुत क्लियर टेल साइन होता है. जो आपका धर्म होता है ना, जो मेरे अनुसार पर्पस ऑफ लाइफ होता है ना, वो ऐसे ही आइडेंटिफाई होता है. इफ यू आर डूइंग अ थिंग एंड यू लूज द साइट ऑफ टाइम. जो तुलिका के लिए शायद पहाड़ चढ़ना था, जब बस वक्त थम जाता है तब कुछ नहीं दिखता. जो मैम के लिए शायद जब ये लिखते होंगे, टाइम मस्ट बी स्टैंडिंग स्टिल फॉर देम. बस कोई, अरे तुमने खाना नहीं खाया, अरे हाँ भूल गया खाना नहीं खाया, अरे चाय ठंडी हो गई, चाय नहीं दिखी. ये वो सब काम होते हैं. पता चलता है हम किस लिए इस पृथ्वी पे आए हैं. और नहीं पता चल रहा है तो बस मैं अपने स्टूडेंट्स को ये कहती हूँ, सब पता इस बार चला के जाना. इस बार इसलिए इंजीनियरिंग नहीं करना कि पापा ने कहा. एंड लकीली ना एमबीए में दोबारा विंडो मिलती है. हमारे पास 98% इंजीनियर्स पहुंचते हैं. कुछ रो रहे होते, मम्मी ने भेज दिया था, पापा ने प्रेशर लगाया था, या कुछ और था ही नहीं. अगर तुम साइंस स्टूडेंट हो, अच्छा कर रहे हो, तो इंजीनियरिंग ही करनी है. आई सेड इस बार ये गलती मत करना. लकीली management gives you operations, IT, HR, marketing, finance, so much options, which in one way or the other does fit into multiple intelligence model. But yeah, this time around I keep telling them, पैसा मत देखना, नहीं बाद में रोते हुए आओगे. So we can guide, but actual guidance should happen in school, because not everybody is as lucky as I am, that we get to live the life we're born to live. And every talent of yours suffices in that. I've seen so many friends of mine, हर क्लास से पहले उनको स्ट्रेस होता है. हर कोई टीचर नहीं बन सकता. आप कितने आपकी लाइफ में नहीं थे ऐसे टीचर जो बेचारे सब कुछ जानते थे बट बता ही नहीं पाते थे. पढ़ाना सबका बस का नहीं होता है. Some people are so bad at it and some people are naturally gifted. So this is being naturally gifted. And if we know what we are naturally gifted, 64 तरीके हो सकते हैं naturally gifted होने के. हमारे गुरुकुलों में वही समझाया सिखाया जाता था. किसी के ऊपर कोई बोझ नहीं. और जा बेटा, फिर तुझे घड़े बनाना अच्छा लगता है, जिंदगी भर बढ़िया बढ़िया घड़े बना. क्या दिक्कत है, क्या दिक्कत है. कोई दिक्कत नहीं थी. And the society was so wholesome. But having said it, I still feel let's stop living in history and basking in past glory. We have to we have to lead this new India where the average age is 26. So as a teacher, we cannot sleep. As a teacher, we're the custodian for the future. And yes, while doing so, we have to see that if naturally 50% of the population are women, they should be represented there. And this should not be so much so even a conversation. This should naturally assimilate. We just to create an ecosystem which is like that. We have to just create an ecosystem which is like that. And mind you, responsibility is ours, each one of you. You have to just ensure that we are very proud of our femininity, and yet we're very proud that God has given this whole quality of nurturing to us. I love it, because when we talk of paradoxes, look at these some of the phrases which one of my team member gave it to me, and see how we are best at it. Demanding yet caring. We know how to be. Authoritative yet participative. Advocating for the just yet serving others. Maintaining distance yet being approachable. All this comes so naturally to us. And we see this whole nurturing part of us. Let's be very, very proud. Boys just don't know how to do it because this is the natural gift we have. And let's not get very apologetic about it. In fact, this is the best gift we have. So you don't have to be man-like, no. So I think this is how I see my role in today's society. This is how, as a teacher, as I said, मैम ने बुलाया पता नहीं मन किया कि चलो आ जाए और सच बोलूं तो माँ से भी मिलने आई हूँ बिकॉज अपनी माँ को मैंने बोला था कि एक त्योहार साल में तुमसे मैं तुम्हारे साथ गुजारूंगी so that's why I told her she was gracious enough you stay here I said no my main objective is to come and see my mom because it's us, that part of us which is so alive. Maybe boys don't have this power to think like that. That a part of us have to be so compassionate about every role. And that's the reason why multitasking comes to us so naturally. Believe me, you girls will multitask like never before. Because this is us. I can think of my mom and yet find some other way to officiously carry it through. This is so us. So I guess this is how long answer almost. That's why I was saying.
It covered all my queries very well, Dr. Vinita. Truly inspirational and motivational.
Thank you.
And I want to thank another person, your mother, for your presence today. It's truly spellbound session, I'll say, spellbound. Truly a storehouse of knowledge and wisdom both. And yes, I also wanted to add to your quotes. For a woman, your courage exists in perfect harmony with tenderness. So that I wanted to add to your list of quotes. And yes, thank you so much. Teaching us so many things. The Sakhivad really touched our hearts, especially the new ones. For older ones also, we are truly touched. And of course, I'm also reminded of one small stanza of a poem, Stopping by Woods on a Snowy Evening by Robert Frost. Woods are lovely, dark and deep, but I have promises to keep and miles to go before I sleep and miles to go before I sleep. So, ma'am, it truly defines you. The way you are foraying, I am both Gaya ahead, so aggressively and assertively, and putting it across on the world map, India too on the world map. So that is really commendable task that you are doing, and you have taught us really so many things. I mean, in such a structured manner that it really has registered into our minds. Thank you so much for such an enlightening session. Very true. You have selected hashtag enlightening I am and accepted that, and you are playing that role in a true manner. Mindfulness is the forte. I mean, what they are. I'm Bodhga is going ahead with it and doing a lot of sessions which ma'am so proudly talked about. So thank you so much. That was a great session. Uh, do we have time for questions or shall we?
We could take at least one or two questions. I know everybody is they're
Or
itching
during
for
the
it.
tea time, also we may share.
Of course, that will always be open to
So any one or two questions.
any one or two
if
quick
somebody
questions
has,
if
we
you
can
have.
take that and the rest interaction during tea time.
Yeah? Anyone who has a question for Dr. Vinita? So much has already been said.
We may do it during the tea
Let's
break.
do that.
Do we want a tea break now?
Yes, let's do it. Not more than 10 minutes, though. I would request all of you. We are actually slightly delayed in our schedule. So let's stick to 10 minutes of tea break. Thank you very much, Dr. Vinita. If I were to put it across in terms of the power professionals that we are, but there are not many people who can actually hold the live wire and ground it well. So thank you for doing what you're doing. Also, ma'am, before we break for tea, if you could felicitate Dr. Vinita on behalf of PMI.
Each one of you are welcome to both here. Anytime, any space, more than welcome.
After there are lots of pleasure listening to you. Much lots of wisdom and really. I wanted to hear yours. I want to.
That's lovely.
Put it. Thank you so much. Oh. I told.
So I think we did break for tea now.
And today's time is very easy to remain connected, hiring inside Twitter and Facebook. I'm not there on Insta. That's not an
Everybody who has joined us from MS Teams and YouTube, we'll be back in 10 minutes. Please be around. I request everyone to get to the lobby, have a quick cup of coffee, and maybe return after 10 minutes. Will it be possible for us? Yeah, thank you. So I welcome everybody back to the house. Are we good to go, ma'am? Yeah. So thank you so much. The first session was absolutely exhilarating and inspiring. And this is just the starting. We have just started, just begun. The day ahead is long and it's going to get even more wonderful with every speaker. Next up, we have Squadron Leader Tulika Rani. क्या ही कहें उनके बारे में? तुलिका रानी पूर्व वायुसेना अधिकारी होने के साथ साथ उत्तर प्रदेश से माउंट एवरेस्ट पर सफल आरोहण करने वाली पहली महिला हैं तथा एशिया के सर्वोच्च ज्वालामुखी, जी सही सुना आपने, एशिया के सर्वोच्च ज्वालामुखी माउंट दामावंत पर तिरंगा फहराने वाली पहली भारतीय महिला हैं। और यही नहीं, वो साथ में एक लेखिका हैं, अंतर्राष्ट्रीय प्रेरणादायी वक्ता एवं असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर भी हैं। अफ्रीका में किलिमंजारो और रूस में एल्ब्रूस सहित भारत, नेपाल, भूटान, ईरान में 24 पर्वतारोहण एवं ट्रैकिंग अभियान कर देश का गौरव बढ़ा चुकी हैं। उनकी देश के लिए सेवाओं एवं उपलब्धियों के लिए उन्हें उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार द्वारा रानी लक्ष्मीबाई वीरता पुरस्कार सहित 17 पुरस्कारों से सम्मानित किया गया है। 2022 में संपन्न उत्तर प्रदेश विधानसभा चुनावों में चुनाव आयोग के मतदाता जागरूकता अभियान की वो ब्रांड एम्बेसडर भी रह चुकी हैं और हाल ही में वो G20 की भी ब्रांड एम्बेसडर हैं। Here's a little about Tulika Rani coming up on screen. Thank you so much. We have no words. I have been lucky enough to have got the opportunity to hear from Tulika ma'am earlier also. And I know her story is so beautiful. It's so full of grit and resilience that it's going to leave us spellbound. So without any further ado, I hand over the session now to Tulika ma'am.
Jai Hind. Namaskar. Thank you so much, NTPC PMI, for inviting me here amidst you all dynamic women. Sitting to my left, Ms. Rachna Singhal and Ms. Pratyaksha, and the lady we had just heard from Dr. Vinita, Director, IIM Bodh Gaya. These are the pioneer women who have opened path for women like us and women like you. And people sitting in front of me, you are a combination of women who have opened path for us, as well as women who are going to be future leaders. So since this is the Women Leadership Conclave, I would like to place my humble gratitude for this section of women because of whom I'm here. And that includes my mother also, who is a professor of history in Lucknow University. And I'm really hopeful for people like you who will take the baton forward in future. Now, because listening to others' stories is the best way to understand life in totality, I suppose. We as human beings relate to personal stories more than the abstract things. So I would share, yes, in bits, I would share my story also, because as a person, if I have to define myself, I would categorize myself as somebody who is constantly in search of my own potential, my own boundaries, because certain boundaries have been already set around women. And the biggest struggle, I suppose, for we people as women is to break those boundaries, is to tell the world that we do not perhaps fit into the certain molds and frames that have been set by the stereotypical mindsets. We create our own frames because we are unique, each one of us. Yes, we have gender wise, we are a feminine gender, but we are more than that. We are human beings, we are unique, and we are all born with certain aspirations, certain unique talents. And that defines us, not just the gender. Because I have the opportunity to serve in the Indian Air Force also for 10 years. At the tender age of 21, I was selected in Indian Air Force immediately after doing my graduation. Yes, in between, there was a small stint in education and print journalism also from Delhi, Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan. But meanwhile itself, I was selected in Indian Air Force and I left for my training. At 22, I was already a young flying officer, commissioned officer. I served in Indian Air Force for 10 years, and those were the years which enabled me to know myself more. Because in a field which is still male dominated, if we go by statistics, in armed forces, women have only been incorporated in 1992. And at present, it is only 16%, at 16% that we have women officers. Very recently, the Army Police cadre also has been opened for women. And only recently, by the Supreme Court order, the government of India has also conceded to give permanent commission to women in armed forces and give command postings. We have all heard about COs, commanding officers, which is a very coveted position in the armed forces, but it has been recently opened to women. Now, this is an acknowledgement of their capabilities in a field which was traditionally and even now is considered male dominant. So when I speak on women's capabilities, I say do not identify our capabilities or judge our capabilities by our gender, because we are much more than the gender. Yes, we have certain gender specific qualities too, because as women, as ma'am had told just now, that we are more compassionate by nature. We are more caregivers. We can take in our embrace everything in this world. We are the nurturers by nature. But more than that, we have our own aspirations. And our struggle today and beyond and always has been to prove this, that do not limit us in one particular frame of caregivers, of nurturers. Yes, that's very important to us. But as the sky is limitless, we are limitless. We are boundless. My entire life till now, till 38 years that I have spent on this earth, has been to prove this. And that is why I have forayed into diverse fields. First, as an Indian Air Force officer, I was commissioned in the administration branch, and my specialization was air traffic controlling. Thereafter, I forayed into adventure activities too. I did my river rafting in Sonamag, in the Indus River, the famous Indus River. I was really blessed. In 2007 and in 2009, I entered into mountaineering. This platform was provided to me by Indian Air Force itself. So from this forum, I would like to again express my gratitude to my organization, which gave me this opportunity to foray into another field by which I could identify and broaden my own capabilities. In 2009, I did my basic mountaineering course from Darjeeling. And thereafter, it was Indian Air Force again, which had conceived this project to send its women officers to Mount Everest. And all I did was to grab this opportunity. You know, sometimes as human beings, as well as women specifically, what happens is when an opportunity comes in front of us, we shrink, we hesitate, we are afraid. And there are several reasons for this fear. Fear is natural in all of us because we are living beings. So we are, of course, afraid of death or injury. But more than that, there is one more fear: fear of failure and fear of social reaction after that failure. Now, what will people say if I choose an unconventional task and fail? So that fear of social reaction also sometimes restricts our potential and utilization of that potential. All I have done in my life is take a step ahead of that fear. So when I did that in 2009, and I was fortunate that Indian Air Force gave me this training for 2 long years, the entire team of ours, to give opportunity to us to climb on various Himalayan peaks. We climbed 4 Himalayan peaks in succession over a period of 2 years. First was Mount Stoke Kangri, of which you saw the photograph just now, me standing on the top of Mount Stoke Kangri in Leh. Thereafter, it was Mount Bhagirathi, Mount Kamet in Garhwal Himalayas, Mount Tasir Kangri, which is a technical peak in Leh, 25,000 feet. And thereafter, and we went twice to Siachen Glacier also to train. Now, we all know that Siachen Glacier is the coldest place in South Asia. Our team was taken there in the month of January, the coldest month, to be trained in that kind of an inhospitable condition of extreme cold and climatic adversity to prepare us for Everest. After that, we went to Mount Everest in 2011. And at that particular time, I was really physically fit. I still am physically fit, but it was in multiplication at that particular time because we were preparing for nothing else but Everest. And everybody expected that out of our team of 20, if they have to choose 6 people who would make it to the top, they included me also in one of those 6. But what happens in life, because you have life ahead of you, and the other section who has already seen years of life, you would accept it that sometimes we do prepare hard for a particular goal. Sometimes, yes, we do take that step forward ahead of fear and choose an unconventional career or a task, but the results do not always come as per our expectations. There are certain factors which are beyond our reach, beyond our control. So this is what happened to me on Everest in 2011. Somehow a combination of factors prevented me from reaching the top. There is a wall on Mount Everest in the midway to the top at around 21,500 feet. That was the place from where I had to return in 2011. And you can understand, after all the media hype, that Indian Air Force women team is going to climb and take the Tiranga on top of Mount Everest for the first time. And these women officers being trained for 2 long years, it was coming in the media all the time. The expectations were really high. And then when you come without meeting those expectations, what happens? This pressure is tremendous on a person to succeed, but you do not succeed due to whatever reasons. But when you come back as a failure, then the actual task begins. Because in today's generation, what I feel is, if you're successful, you're glorified, yes, and you deserve it. But what if you do not succeed? How to take that to teach this is also important. In today's time, when we see our students committing suicide because they did not get the expected marks, because there was a breakup in a relationship, because their parents scolded them on something, because something was not fulfilled. And then they commit suicide and they end their lives, precious human life. This comes in my mind as this has to be an important component of our education system as to how to take failures, to tell them that failures in life are not permanent. They're just one pause in your life. And life is much bigger than one simple action of failure, so-called failure. So what happened at that time? Yes, because I am also a human being, I was extremely dejected. You can understand 2 long years of hard work and all that expectation of myself, of my family members, of the organization, of my peers who were doing my share of work in my absence when I was training on mountains. Everything shattered. So as human beings, yes, we do cry. We are emotional beings, we are not machines. But what is more important is to channelize those emotions in a positive frame. I here remember this, Daniel Goleman's work on emotional intelligence. And the first component out of 4 components is self-awareness, managing one's own emotions. Now, this is what I tried to do when I failed. Important is to look within for the reasons of not attaining that particular task which we have set for ourselves. What happens generally with human beings is we justify our failures. We are really good at it. No, we could not attain a target because the external factors were this, this, this. There are so many external factors to be blamed for it. And that justifies our incompetence somewhere, to certain extent, perhaps. My message to the younger generation here is, whenever you are unable to attain a task, first step shall be to sit down and introspect what we could have done better in our lives in that particular instance. And when you do this exercise, your growth is guaranteed. Otherwise, when we already have something else or somebody else to blame for, we have nothing to learn further. This is what I did in 2011. And I decided to do my expedition again. In this, my mother had a critical role to play, because when we talk about women, one of their main and most important tasks on this earth is also to nurture a future generation, because nature has given that to us. And nature, when I talk about nature, I'm really close to nature. And what I feel is it has no anomalies anywhere. It has no imperfection anywhere. Nature does everything by planning. If we see an insect also, it has been given enough capabilities to survive and protect itself on this earth. If we see honeybees, if we see any sort of creature, plants also, they have enough qualifications, characteristics to survive in this earth and further their progeny, their race. So adequate work and in a work as per one's capabilities has been assigned to every component of nature. That is why if nature has given us the task to bear a child and nurture them and make them better human beings for the next generation, I think we need to accept it. This is where the roles of mothers come. This is where the role of the family comes. When our children fail and falter, their mothers can be their biggest support. In our Indian society, what I feel, we are lacking somewhere in communication. We are lacking somewhere in empathy. There are enough laws, enough acts to empower women. But what is lacking is women supporting women. We need to do more on this place. Today, why this Women Leadership Conclave would be called a success? Because women are supporting women. Now, we need to handhold each other. We need to be more tolerant of each other's flaws. That's very important. What we see in our society, specifically in Asian societies, that we do not lag behind anywhere in putting personal comments on somebody's domestic problems, somebody's appearances, somebody's failures. We are more critical than accepting others. So this is what we need to do. We need to understand and put in perspective that, yes, women's problems are different than the problems that men face. They are rather double. They need to prove themselves in the society first, and that the structural barriers that there are in plenty, women have to take double effort to go beyond those barriers and prove themselves equal in a place. So we need to be more empathetic when we in day-to-day life interact with our fellow sisters. There has to be a community. There has to be a sisterhood. What my mother did was, she told me that you had the potential. You did not fully utilize it. So in my opinion, you shall go back and fulfill this task, complete it. This was really unconventional, because it is not just go and climb those stairs, because it did not climb. It was climbing Everest, the Everest, which claims lives in tens. 10 or 11 people, 12 people died in year 2011. So it claims lives. And please, I'm really glad to meet you, ma'am. I was looking for it.
Thank you. It's an honor that our guests for the day ahead have also joined us, and they'll be a part of this beautiful conversation that we are having with Tulika ji. So here's more to the story, probably.
Yes.
Yes.
So I'm really happy to welcome and meet another woman. We were talking about women supporting women, ma'am. And women hand-holding each other, realizing each other's potential, supporting us when we fail. Here to my right sit another person, a capable person in herself, and a person who has emboldened me in my attempts time and again. So really, I have this opportunity to express my gratitude to Group Captain Bhavna Mehra also on this order. We have been together on many expeditions, Mount Everest 2011 included in that. So we were talking about it that when I failed in 2011 on Everest, my mother was instrumental in sending me back. And my organization, Indian Air Force, also helped me in whatever manner they could. There was no precedence of somebody doing it on individual expedition, but I decided to do that. What message I would like to give from my step is, when we want to do something unconventional which has no precedence in past, just think of one thing. Is it harming somebody intentionally? If it is not harming anybody intentionally, and if it makes you feel alive, why not you be the one to do it and set a precedence for the further next generations? This is what I tried to do when I decided to do an individual expedition in 2012 on Mount Everest. It was, again, a life or death situation, because climbing Everest, of course, is eventful to say the least. 2012, it took me 2 months to climb Everest. This is how long it takes. But it was a long, sustained preparation for 3 years. And during that period of 1 year, from 2011, failed attempt to 12, when I set foot on Mount Everest again in my individual expedition with my 2 Sherpas, a lot had changed. So when we fail, what we need to do, first is introspect, identify our weaker areas, and thereafter improve upon them. Emerge stronger. Emerge better, because the task is stronger than we are. So we need to work upon ourselves. I not only worked on my physical capabilities during that period, I worked upon my mind. Because what happens is, whether we fail or we succeed, it is the mind that plays the trick and the instrumental role. Human beings are really blessed with this facility here, because I have felt it time and again in my life. Whenever my mind has directed me to do better, my body has done wonders. Today also, you feel that throat. I have been speaking for last 1.5 months continuously, at least 3 or 4 events a day, continuously for 1.5 months, because the UP government has graciously appointed me the G20 brand ambassador for Uttar Pradesh. And we all see that there is a high preparation for G20. This is a celebratory mode. This is a historic moment for our nation. We will speak about it in some detail. And since I have been entrusted with that responsibility by the Higher Education Department, I'm trying to do full justice with it. I was sick. I have taken medicine. But when I speak, when I do some work, that sickness doesn't matter. What matters is what my body can do, because my mind says that you bloody well do it. So this is where we women have to take a lead. Sometimes what happens is we expect respect on the basis of gender. Absolutely a wrong premises to ask for respect on this basis. Sometimes we say, see, we are not feeling well, or we are sick, or we are physically weaker. So we do expect it, because it has been ingrained in our mind that you are entitled to have these liberties. As an Air Force officer, I tried to set those perceptions also right. And I have been really blessed that God has given me these opportunities. After I did climb Everest in 2012, the Indian Air Force headquarters here in Delhi had posted me as an outdoor military training instructor in the Air Force Academy, Hyderabad. We all know what military training means. It's grueling, it's tough, to say the least. And Mom is sitting in front of you. She is again a pioneer lady in this field and has created opportunities for women like us. At her age, like at that time when we were climbing Everest together, 2011, I used to say to my mom, I remember this, if at your age, I was 10 years younger to her, and I used to admire her for her physical fitness and say, ma'am, if at your age I can remain this fit, it would be an achievement for me. So when Air Force headquarters posted me as an outdoor training instructor, I made sure that I live up to the expectations, not as a woman, but as an instructor. Yes, there are perceptions when we go out in this world, because we do live in a society which has stereotypes in the mindset. When for the first time I saw my cadets standing in front of me, and those unsaid questions and that skepticism in their eyes, what is she doing here? when we have come here to become military officers. We have come here to be trained in military training, and there stands a lady in front of us. Is she going to teach us in the physical capability? So that perception, that skepticism was soon dismissed by the basis of performance, of course. When I asked them to do push-ups with me, when I taught them how to climb the rope, and of course, when I intentionally rolled up my sleeves to show them my biceps and triceps. They did not come like that.
Okay.
They did come with a lot of hard work, getting up at 4 o'clock in the morning before duty, doing my workout at 10 o'clock in the night, alone after a hard day of
तो
work.
बेटा वो खुला रहेगा
What
क्या?
my message to the younger generation here is
ठीक है.
perform and the respect will come. Do not expect respect, deserve it. So 2012, if I come back to that, a lot of life and death situations occurred. Everest is interesting to say the least. It teaches you how to be humble. It teaches you that you cannot conquer a mountain. You cannot conquer nature, however much we try. Yes, human beings have gone to the space. Yes, human beings have dived into deep ocean and extracted minerals. Yes, we have done all sorts of amazing things. But time and again, nature teaches us that we are ultimately a component of nature. COVID, as ma'am was speaking about it, did the same in a punishing sort of way. So there, if I share small incidents, there was a time when a night came and I had to return again from that wall. We spoke about a wall. And in my individual expedition in 2012, again, I had to return from that wall. Being sick, having mountain sickness, my body doubled up in size and having extreme chest pain. So there was a night which I still remember vividly. I was at around 14,000 feet or so, alone in a small wooden cabin, having extreme chest pain and thinking, is this the end? I have put my 21 lakhs at this. People have given me this moniker of being a crazy woman. And I have everything at stake. I have that reputation at stake. What will happen if I fail and I go back again as a failure? What will happen? So herein comes the role of your mind. I have felt it multiple times in my own life that this body is a wonderful instrument given by God to us. My mind and my body had a battle at that night. I kept fighting that no, we cannot give up now. I kept telling my body that you need to recuperate because my task is still pending. And you would believe it, miracles happen. I do believe that miracles happen. In the morning when I woke up and went to a doctor, he checked my vital parameters and they were fine. There was mountain sickness, yes. And he said that your BP, pulse, everything is fine. It will go. And I kept telling myself that, yes, you will recuperate. I did recuperate in 4 days. And then after I climbed up again, I climbed that wall also this time. But that wall is at 21,000 feet. There is more to go. Everest is around 29,000 feet. So this time I had to again come back because of the weather from 23,000 feet. Again came back to the same altitude of 17,000 feet or so. There was a 1-day gap. And I again told myself that no, the task is still pending. Your body cannot give up. After a gap of 1 day, I went up again, climbed all the way again to 26,000 feet this time. 26,000 feet is the last camp on Mount Everest and the beginning of the death zone. Now that really sounds so scary. Death zone, literally it has been termed death zone by the scientists after doing experiments on the bodies of the climbers. No human body is meant to survive at this altitude. We know that with rising altitude, there are certain changes in the environment. The amount of oxygen that we can take in is less, and the human cells start dying. They keep dying even if you are on supplementary oxygen. And there are multiple dangers out there. After 26,000 feet, there are 3 more thousand feet to the top. I started climbing that in night because that climb is done generally in the night. And you would believe it. Again, the story is never easy. You know, the path to success is never easy and smooth. It will never be. We have to be prepared for that. That is where comes the role of your mental training. In terms of resources, yes, we might have them, but the biggest resource is here, the mind. And when I started climbing in the night, that 3,000 remaining feet to the top, only one night remaining between me and the top, now you can understand the anticipation of success. But success will never come easy. So just after 1 month into the 1 hour into the climb in that night, I started feeling cold in my foot. A similar sort of a situation which I had faced in 2011. So again, that question, should I return and be alive? Or should I continue climb and risk something really serious happening to me? What do you choose? There would be times when you have to choose above your physical sustenance. Because as human beings, I not only talk about women, I talk about human beings. This is what I started with. We have come on this earth with a certain purpose. And that purpose is lived when we trespass that boundary of our physical existence. We as living creatures always aspire to preserve that physical sustenance. But if you have to have something great written in front of your name, sometimes you will have to go beyond that. That is why we as a society respect soldiers, don't we? In the battlefield, when they know that there is a grave danger of being killed, when there are bullets flying, when there is an enemy sitting and targeting at you, the soldiers still go ahead because they have a purpose, they have a drive, they have a responsibility. We have the scientists also going into the space. Anything can happen to them. Kalpana Chawla, we all remember her. But what human beings, the human life, what it means is, for me at least, is that there comes one particular times, at least in our lives, where we have that opportunity to prove what we are. We are more than a body. We are a purpose. We are energy. We are drive, and we are boundless drive. So this is what I did in that particular moment. It is not to advocate foolhardiness here. There has to be a calculated risk, of course. I do not advocate that you just go and headlong jump into something. But we have to understand what we are meant for. We have to understand what is that task without doing which we cannot live in peace. Why do we see a lot of frustrated people in our society? We do come across those people in our workplaces and in our families too. Why is that so? The root cause of that is that we do not go beyond that threshold. Sometimes we curb that desire to be great. We are all afraid to be great, attempting to be great. I'm not saying that one has to aspire to be great in that order. One has to aspire at least to utilize one's potential. The greatness is the tag given by people later on, whether it comes or not. What we need to do is live to our own expectations, at least live for our own satisfaction, and put at stake everything that comes in that path. Then only if we succeed, or even if we do not succeed, does not matter. If you have done your 100%, even if you do not succeed, you will have the satisfaction that you did your all. And then you will become a contented person. So this is where we hold ourselves. I continued climbing in that night, minus 30-degree temperature or so. A dark night in the death zone with certain amount of weight on your back, at least 10 to 15 kgs. The entire night, I climbed with excruciating pain in my foot. And there was a danger that it might be amputated also. It was a calculated risk, as I said. And then in the morning of 26th May 2012, I had the privilege to unfurl our national flag, the tricolor, on the top of Mount Everest. Yeah. Very humbling moment. All that I brought back from there was humility. Because whenever we do something great, it is not our individual achievement. It is the culmination of everybody's efforts. So many people contribute in our success. People, if I talk back right from my childhood, there were so many people with their small things. They contributed in what I am today. And continuously, there are people who are contributing in my success selflessly. So we need to acknowledge everybody, our teachers, our parents, our families, our friends, our colleagues, our peers, everybody. And everybody also who does not become a barrier in our path. Also those people, perhaps, who criticize us. When we are in that phase of preparation and pursuit of a dream, there are people who would criticize it and put us down. But even those, you have to channelize their negativity also into positivity. Mind, again, rules here. What I have been trying to do all my life is whatever is put inside, I have a filter in my mind. I try to turn it into a positive outcome. That we all are able to do. So this was my Everest story. Yes, I did get frostbite. Because nothing will come without a price in this life. So we have to be ready to pay a price also. What our next generation, the younger generation, is or frustrated about is that we are not told that certain things, glory, will come with a price. And we are not ready to pay it. But we need to understand and accept it. Be ready to put everything at stake for your dreams, and they do come true. This is the message I had written on the national flag that I had held in my hands on Everest. I left it as a memorabilia in a lodge in Nepal. So when I came back, I had frostbite on my toes. I was hospitalized for 3 months in the military hospital, Lucknow. Again, there was a talk that my toes would be amputated because they were really in a bad shape. All the 10 nails had gone off. The skin had come off. So it was raw flesh. And when the doctors would say that these 2 toes, the big one and the adjacent to it, would be amputated, what all I would think about, if I share with you, you would laugh. When doctor came and said, these will be amputated, I would say, well, I would be able to run with them, I think. I need to climb. I would imagine running bare feet on water. This was a dream which I had repeatedly in that hospital for these 3 months. And before the doctor came on round, I would have already walked for 2 hours in the hospital premises. You would ask how? With these toes, they could not be put on the earth because they were shapeless. But the heels were there. You could walk on the heels. Whenever there is a roadblock, there is always another way somewhere. What we have to focus on is what we do not have and what we cannot do at this particular moment, but rather on what we can do at this moment. There is always something possible in every adverse situation. So do that. And then you will find a way somehow. I wrote my book, the book that you saw on the screen, Beyond That Wall, Redemption on Everest. In those 3 months in the hospital, I wrote that book. This book is that story about from a failure to, I won't say a success, but from a failure to my redemption on Everest, my redemption for myself. If it becomes an inspiration for the next generation, which it should, because we all learn from others' stories of resilience. I wouldn't say it's success. It is a story of resilience. And we all shall have this resilience in whatever field we are working. And thereafter, this book has its own story because it wasn't published for 9 long years. No, generally, it would happen that if you dream, why would people have faith in your dreams? Tell me, what do they have at stake? Do they know you? They don't. They don't know your capabilities. Even if you have proven your capabilities, why are they under any obligation to have faith in you? It's all right for people to be cynical about your capability. But what is not all right is you to be cynical about your capabilities. Faith and hope, these are 2 drivers that have drove me entire life. And this is what I did. I wrote it in 2012 while I was still serving in the Air Force. So I retired in 2015, and thereafter I started looking for a publisher. 20 odd publishers rejected this book, saying nobody reads books nowadays. Saying that adventure books, forget it. Adventure books to koi aur padhta hi nahi hai aajkal. But I did have that faith that this book is a good. This needs to reach people of all strata. Not because it is a glorification of my effort, but because it is a story of a human being's faith in herself, resilience and struggle, and the ultimate success. So after 9 long years, yes, it did see the light of publication in October 2021. And after that, it was also presented in Asia's biggest book fair, the International Kolkata Book Fair. It was displayed there for sale, did wonderfully well. It has been brought by institutions in bulk numbers. and it was also awarded 2 awards. Young Writer Award by Military Literature Festival last year itself in December, and Sahitya Shri Award. So by this, what I need to tell is that when we persist, when we have that element of perseverance, everything is possible. It will take time, though. Today people see me as a woman who has achieved a pinnacle in every field that I have entered into. But it hasn't been easy, and it has taken a long, long time in every field. So that was about my Indian Air Force life, where I was posted as an outdoor training instructor, which was a matter of ultimate pride for any officer. Then when I came into mountaineering, of course, Mount Everest, but I did not stop at Everest, because human life is not about just attaining one target. Yes, people did tell me about it. Now you have climbed Everest, you have had frostbite also on top of that. So stop. But why do we stop? Till the time we are living, why shall we stop dreaming? And why shall we stop striving to broaden our boundaries? Because we are boundless. That's why I love the sky. So I did 18 more expeditions after that. In total, 24 mountaineering and trekking expeditions around the world, in which, of course, Asia's highest volcano, Mount Damawand in Iran, is also included. Thereafter, when I retired, again, now you've retired, now you settle down. This one particular question of settling down, Kena has also been making videos on this, and I really applauded her efforts in bringing discussion on this topic. Settle down. We women really, frequently listen about this. Now you have become an officer, settle down. Now you have done this, settle down. What is this settling down? I have never understood this settling down. If I quote a small poem by Agay here, I really like these lines. मैं कहता हूं मैं बढ़ता हूं मैं नभ की चोटी चढ़ता हूं मैं कहता हूं मैं बढ़ता हूं मैं नभ की चोटी चढ़ता हूं कुचला जाकर भी धूली सा आंधी सा और उमड़ता हूं धूली सा आंधी सा. Think of it. Even a small particle of dust has this tendency to rise even after it has been trampled upon. So why shall a human being who has so much of potential and energy, drive and capabilities, shall settle down somewhere? This word really seems demeaning to me. Settling down. People should say rise, keep rising. Why settle down? So settling down, perhaps they mean to say, now get married. Yes, and marriage, again, is important. It is a very important component of a human being's life, because nature has created us that way. It has created us in pairs, as people say. But that should not be a limiting factor. And we women have to play a huge role in not letting it be a limiting factor to our growth as human beings. Yes, I did get married too. And today I sit in front of you as a married woman, but no less a professional woman again. So this is where our own role comes in picture. How are we going to perceive marriage? And how are we going to change the stereotypes around marriage in our society? Yes, we will have to face a certain types of pressures. This has to be a personal choice, I would say. All that struggle around women leadership and Women's International Day is about having choices in our life. No, what do we want to become? Let us decide. No, whether we want to remain single or we want to marry or how we want to live after marriage also, let us have an equal say in that. And herein, you will have to all pitch in for your daughters, for your daughter-in-laws also. And you young girls, for yourself and your friends perhaps. Because a change in social perception does not come easy, does not come in a brief period. It will take, again, persistence. Because first time when you say something to a person, it will look scandalous. But when you persist, when you try to convince, I think it will become acceptable in long term. You need to persist here. Now, coming back to why we are having this sort of a conclave here. Women Leadership Conclave. I am the G20 brand ambassador of Uttar Pradesh, and I'm really glad to share that India has sent a very strong signal to the entire international community by including in its core agenda a very important component, women-led development. Till now, we were talking about women equality, gender parity, gender justice, because we were accepting that, yes, there are certain limitations that have been put on women. There are certain, denials that have been given to women on their rights. But now what India is talking about, take note of it. India is saying women-led development. विकास में महिलाओं की सिर्फ भागीदारी नहीं, विकास में महिलाओं का नेतृत्व, leading. And when you say leading, there has to be somebody to be led. And who is being led here? Men and women both. Our entire society is being led by women. Now, herein, it is an acknowledgement, open acknowledgement by the highest forum of this country, Government of India, that we do accept that our women are already empowered, already capable and efficient, and we have no hesitation in accepting their leadership. We are putting them in front, and we will, as a society, as a government, we will try to remove those structural barriers, socio-economic barriers that have been there till now. It is a work in progress, of course, but it is a step further, a very big leap. So I think, the Indian government for this really deserve an applause. And how we are going to do it? We are seeing an example of empowered women, right, sitting here, leading an organization. We are seeing you as future leaders. But women in India or women elsewhere are not just we. We are the professional women who are really blessed and fortunate. We have had opportunities, we have had supporting families, we had resources, and that is why we could come here. What about women who are in the rural areas? What about women who are tribal, who are living in the forest? What about women who are uneducated still, who do not have access to higher education also? Or for that matter, even the primary or secondary education. What about women who are living in urban slums? So here on G20, we are talking about all these women, giving opportunity to them in equal measures. What we are talking about here is enabling them to contribute equally in the socio-economic development of the society and nation and the humanity. IMF predictions, the International Monetary Fund's predictions, if you hear, they say the managing director of IMF, Kristalina Georgia, she said India is a bright spot on the otherwise dark horizon of the world. India is a bright spot. And why is India a bright spot? We will discuss. She again said recently that in 2023, 15% of global growth will come from India. That's a big number if we talk about in the economic terms. But where is this growth being led from? During COVID also, we saw that huge developed economies also got shattered. Exactly. But it was India which persisted. Even during COVID, India's agriculture was growing at 4%. And after COVID, India has resuscitated itself, recouped and revived its economy very rapidly. Now, India is growing at 7.5%. The predictions are by the IMF also, as well as by our own budget this year, that India will grow at the rate of 6.5%, while the entire economy, the global economy and the global trade is shrinking. Global trade will shrink from 5.4% to 2.4%. That means the world is being fragmented, while India is still growing at 6.5%. So that means that India is playing not only a role in its own society, but in the global welfare. And that development, it has been acknowledged from the highest level, has been possible because of the women's contribution. The women who are housemakers, we have a tendency to save. और पूरी दुनिया का अगर कहें कि 11% सोना भारतीय महिलाओं के पास है, और महिलाओं की हमेशा टेंडेंसी रही है कि वो कुछ ना कुछ बचाकर हमेशा से अपने घरों में रखती रही हैं. That is why this economic resilience was possible during this dire times. और वो महिला, उसके लिए उसको पढ़ने लिखने की आवश्यकता भी नहीं है. एक अनपढ़ महिला भी ये काम बखूबी हमेशा से करती आई है. तो महिलाओं का जो ये कंट्रीब्यूशन है हमारी सोसाइटी में, that has been acknowledged now. वर्ल्ड बैंक का ये मानना है कि आज जो पूरी दुनिया में फूड सिक्योरिटी की प्रॉब्लम हो रही है, वी आर सीइंग द क्लाइमेट चेंज, इट इज अ रियलिटी. और क्लाइमेट चेंज का बहुत ज्यादा असर हमारी एग्रीकल्चर पर पड़ने वाला है, जैसे कि वेदर चेंज हो रहे हैं, बिकॉज क्रॉप्स आर इंटर रिलेटेड विद वेदर. तो अगर फूड सिक्योरिटी नहीं होगी दुनिया में तो इंसानियत का क्या होगा? और उसका आंसर बखूबी आज भारत दे रहा है. आप सबको जान के खुशी होगी कि ये 2023 भारत के अथक प्रयासों द्वारा इंटरनेशनल ईयर ऑफ मिलेट्स घोषित किया गया है, जिसको हम गरीब आदमी का अनाज कहते थे, पुअर मीन्स कोर्स ग्रेन। वो आज पूरी दुनिया के फूड सिक्योरिटी की प्रॉब्लम को सुलझा रहा है। और फिर से उसमें महिलाओं का रोल बहुत ही जबरदस्त होने वाला है, बिकॉज हु कंट्रोल्स द डाइटरी हैबिट्स इन अ फैमिलीज? Women do. Who teaches our children as to what to eat? Right from the childhood, women do. तो आज वो डाइटरी हैबिट्स भी अगर हम थोड़ा चेंज करने की बात कर रहे हैं तो महिलाएं फिर से उसमें एक अपना योगदान देने वाली हैं। सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप्स पे बहुत बड़ा फोकस है। तो बात यहाँ ये नहीं कर रहे हैं कि महिलाएं सिर्फ लीड तब करेंगी जब वो मैनेजरियल पोजीशंस पर होंगी। यस, that is also an important component, but apart from that there is a huge potential everywhere scattered in our country. तो जो महिलाएं रूरल एरियाज में हैं और कॉर्पोरेट ग्रुप्स बनाती हैं या सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप्स बनाती हैं और उसके द्वारा छोटे मोटे कुटीर उद्योग जिसको हम कहते हैं एमएसएमईज, उन पे काम कर रही हैं, जूट के बैग्स बना रही हैं। एक छोटा सा एग्जांपल, मैं एक महिला को खुद जानती हूँ लखनऊ में, उन्होंने अपना छोटा सा काम जूट के बैग बनाने का शुरू किया, सप्लाई करने का शुरू किया, और अभी जो ग्लोबल इन्वेस्टर समिट हुई लखनऊ में बहुत बड़े स्तर पर, पूरे दुनिया के रिप्रेजेंटेटिव्स वहां पे आए, G20 प्लस अदर इकोनॉमिक फोरम्स ऑल्सो, उनका पूरा स्टॉल लगा वहां पे। उन्होंने बहुत सारी गांव की महिलाओं को एम्प्लॉयमेंट प्रदान किया। Think of it to have a stall in the GIS, Global Investor Summit, from where to where that woman has reached, और कितना empower उन्होंने दूसरी महिलाओं को किया है, जो अभी हमने कहा women supporting women. This sort of entrepreneurship की spirit we have to develop in our. हमें ये बताना पड़ेगा कि पढ़ाई लिखाई भी करें, उनके मौके दें उनको पूरे इक्वल तरीके से पढ़ने लिखने के। उसके बाद इनोवेशन पे भी ध्यान लगाएं। जो दिमाग की हम बात कर रहे हैं, चाहे वो पहाड़ चढ़ने में हो, चाहे वो इकोनॉमी को रिवाइव करने में हो, चाहे वो बुक लिखने में हो, चाहे वो बैरियर्स को हटाने में हो, दिमाग को हमें हार्नेस करना है, और माइंड की पावर को हर उस व्यक्ति की हार्नेस करना है, हर उस महिला की हार्नेस करना है जो हमारे देश का अभिन्न अंग है। यही काम G20 के तहत भारत सरकार और प्रदेश सरकार करने वाली है। हम आज नोएडा में बैठे हैं, और फिर मुझे खुशी होती है बताते हुए आपको कि GIS में हमारे पास करीब 19,000 MOU साइन किए गए थे, जिसमें कि 33 लाख करोड़ का इन्वेस्टमेंट प्रपोज्ड है हमारे उत्तर प्रदेश में, और उसमें से सर्वाधिक अगर परसेंटेज आप देखें, इट हैज गॉन टू नोएडा। 27% हैज बीन गिवन टू नोएडा। तो उसमें से 8.5 लाख करोड़ का इन्वेस्टमेंट यहाँ होने वाला है। और जब इन्वेस्टमेंट यहाँ होगा, उसका मतलब है टेक्नोलॉजी आपके पास आएगी। आपके पास ऑलरेडी टेक्नोलॉजी है, मोबाइल फोन्स हैं ऑलरेडी, इंटरनेट है ऑलरेडी, जैम ट्रिनिटी, जनधन आधार और मोबाइल, उसके तहत आज हर महिला एम्पावर्ड है, क्योंकि आप घर में बैठकर, अभी मैं ये पढ़ रही थी कि विमेन का जो लेबर फोर्स पार्टिसिपेशन है, विमेन का जो लेबर फोर्स पार्टिसिपेशन है, वर्ल्ड बैंक की रिपोर्ट है, 19% पे है, 19% पे, एंड इट हैज बीन फॉलिंग सिंस 2005। तो अगर हम देखें कि हमारे पास पढ़ी लिखी महिलाओं का भी तादाद बहुत है। हायर एजुकेशन में अभी जो ऑल इंडिया सर्वे ऑन हायर एजुकेशन आया है रिपोर्ट 2019 में, उसके हिसाब से विमेन्स एनरोलमेंट इन हायर एजुकेशन हैज मल्टीप्लाइड। बट ऐसा क्या है कि मैनेजरियल पोजीशंस पे जाके और एम्प्लॉयमेंट में और लेबर फोर्स पार्टिसिपेशन में महिलाओं का नंबर घट रहा है, और एक यानी इनवर्स रिलेशनशिप हमें हायर एजुकेशन और लेबर फोर्स पार्टिसिपेशन में देखने को मिल रहा है। नाउ दीज आर द थिंग्स दैट वी नीड टू अंडरस्टैंड। तो उसका एक और भी रीजन है कि महिलाएं, बिकॉज दे आर डीपली रूटेड इनटू देयर फैमिलीज, उनको चाइल्ड केयर करना अच्छा भी लगता है। दिस इज अ नेचुरल, दिस इज अ नेचुरल इंक्लिनेशन perhaps towards children. Even I do love children. So we would want to have opportunities which enable us to take care of our families as well as work. और वो जो वर्क की अपॉर्चुनिटीज आएंगी और जो आ भी रही है महिलाओं के लिए, वो आएगी वर्क फ्रॉम होम से भी, वो आएगी टेक्नोलॉजी के द्वारा भी। सो हमारे यहाँ पे विमेन का जो एम्प्लॉयमेंट है अनऑर्गेनाइज्ड सेक्टर में ज्यादा है, इनफॉर्मल सेक्टर्स में ज्यादा है, इसीलिए गवर्नमेंट का फोकस उधर भी बहुत सारा हो रहा है। अभी जो बजट आया है उसमें एक 7.5% की दर पे विमेन के लिए महिला सम्मान सर्टिफिकेट, सेविंग सर्टिफिकेट का एक ऑप्शन आया है। ये सब इसलिए भी बता रहे हैं, एक उद्यम सखी पोर्टल है, बिकॉज यू आर इन दिस फील्ड, गवर्नमेंट फील्ड में आप हैं, यू विल हैव द अपॉर्चुनिटी टू इंटरेक्ट विद वीमेन फ्रॉम ऑल द फील्ड्स ऑल्सो, जो नॉट सो एम्पावर्ड विमेन है टेक्निकली या एजुकेशनली। आप उनको ये बता सकते हैं कि एक महिला उद्यम पोर्टल है, एक ई महिला हाट है, उद्यम सखी पोर्टल भी बनाया जा रहा है। स्टैंड अप इंडिया या स्टार्टअप इंडिया जैसी स्कीम्स को महिलाएं जाके देखें, मोबाइल उनके पास है, सो यूटिलाइज मोबाइल इन एम्पावरिंग योरसेल्फ। उसके तहत उनको जो भी लोन्स मिल सकते हैं, कोलेटरल फ्री लोन्स मिल सकते हैं, उसका यूटिलाइजेशन करके वो अपना इकोनॉमिक एम्पावरमेंट करें। और जब एक महिला इकोनॉमिकली एम्पावर्ड होती है, तो इट मल्टीप्लाइज। विमेन को फोर्स मल्टीप्लायर ऐसे ही नहीं कहा जाता। महिला के अंदर एक ताकत है कि आप उसके अंदर एक सीड डालिए तो शी गिव्स यू अ ह्यूमन बीइंग। जैसे धरती को हम मानते हैं, धरती में आप सीड डालिए, इट गिव्स यू अ सैपलिंग, इट गिव्स यू अ ट्री which is able to nourish further not only human beings but also trees, an entire ecosystem generate कर सकती हैं। That power is there in the women। तो इसलिए महिलाओं की लीडरशिप जरूरी है, क्योंकि आप उनमें एक पैसा इन्वेस्ट करते हैं तो वहां से मल्टीप्लिकेशन में रिटर्न्स मिलते हैं। That is why India is talking under G20 women led development। अगर मल्टीप्लाइड रिटर्न्स चाहिए किसी भी फील्ड में, तो विमेन को लीड करने के लिए आपको आगे आने देना चाहिए। और इसमें हमें अपने मेन को भी जोड़ने की जरूरत है, उनको ये समझाने की जरूरत है कि विमेन का लीडरशिप इतनी जरूरी क्यों है। वी आर नॉट पुटिंग देम बिहाइंड। हम सिर्फ वो काम कर रहे हैं जो कि हम अपने घरों में, अपने ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस में हमेशा करते हैं। जो जिस काम के लिए ज्यादा सही है उसको वहां लगाते हैं हम, जिस पे हमें इन्वेस्टमेंट में ज्यादा रिटर्न मिलता है हम वहां इन्वेस्ट करते हैं। तो विमेन में इन्वेस्ट करके रिटर्न्स मिलने की संभावना ज्यादा है, और ये वर्ल्ड रिपोर्ट्स बोलती हैं, वर्ल्ड बैंक की रिपोर्ट्स बोलती हैं। दैट इज व्हाई वी आर टॉकिंग ऑफ विमेन एम्पावरमेंट। यहाँ मैं सिर्फ अपनी लिखी कुछ एक दो पंक्तियों के साथ खत्म करना चाहूंगी आज आपके साथ अपना ये संवाद। सबसे पहला अगर मैं सम अप करूं, जहां हमने शुरू की उम्मीद की, कोई पूछे हुनर अपना। सबसे ज्यादा खूबसूरत अगर एक कैरेक्टरिस्टिक किसी महिला का है या इंसान का भी होना चाहिए, कोई पूछे हुनर अपना तो तक्कर आसमां को हम जरा मुस्का के कहते हैं उम्मीदें बरकरार रखना। होप सस्टेन करना हमारी सबसे बड़ी ताकत है इस दुनिया में। उसके साथ साथ एक और खूबसूरत सी लाइन आपके साथ शेयर करके खत्म करेंगे। ये है आप वाले सेक्शन के लिए स्पेशली, बिकॉज होप सस्टेन करके तो हमारी माताओं ने हमेशा रखी है। एम्पावर्ड तो आपने हमें बना ही दिया है ऑलरेडी। नाउ दिस यंगर जनरेशन, बिकॉज यू हैव द रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी। तो सबसे पहले जो हमारी इंडियन फिलॉसफी कहती है, अहम ब्रह्मास्मि, अपना भला आप कीजिए, पहले अपने पोटेंशियल को यूटिलाइज कीजिए और उसके बाद एक प्रकाश पुंज बनिए इस पूरी दुनिया के लिए। डू नॉट लिमिट योरसेल्फ टू बी एन इंडिविजुअल अचीवर ओनली। व्हेन यू हैव सपोर्टेड अदर women, then your human life is worth it। मेरी ख्वाहिश है कि एक ख्वाब तेरे दिल में यूं उतरे। ड्रीमिंग इज इंपॉर्टेंट टू बी अलाइव। मेरी ख्वाहिश है कि एक ख्वाब तेरे दिल में यूं उतरे, तू पतझड़ में भी जीती हो तो रंग सावन के हों बिखरे। पतझड़ आएंगे जिंदगी में, इट्स अ फैक्ट। हर एक फेंका हुआ पत्थर हृदय में एक तरंग भर दे। जब पत्थर फेंके जाएंगे आपके ऊपर, चाहे वो स्केप्टिसिज्म के हो, चाहे वो मुसीबत के हो, हर एक फेंका हुआ पत्थर हृदय में एक तरंग भर दे। अंधेरों से भी तू गुजरे तो हर शहर रोशनी भर दे। हर एक ठोकर तेरी उम्मीद का आयाम बन जाए। When you fail, you have to be even more hopeful and determined। हर एक ठोकर तेरी उम्मीद का आयाम बन जाए। कसे जितना कसौटी पर तेरा रंग और भी निखरे। वी आर टॉकिंग ऑफ होली, वी आर गोइंग टू सेलिब्रेट द फेस्टिवल ऑफ होली। सो वो जो रंग आपके अंदर है वो ऐसे होने चाहिए कि कसे जितना कसौटी पर तेरा रंग और भी निखरे। मेरी ख्वाहिश है कि एक ख्वाब तेरे दिल में यूं उतरे। बहुत धन्यवाद। जय हिंद। Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity।
Every time I hear you, Tulika ji, I am spellbound. I'm in awe. I really do not know what to say. There are moments when you feel at loss of words because आपने फिर भी इतनी सादगी से अपनी पूरी कहानी बता दी और इतने छोटे से में समझा दिया कि ये आपकी यात्रा कैसी थी एवरेस्ट तक जाने की। But for us to even think of that moment, I do not know what sort of strength do you need, what sort of courage do you need। इस Atticus ने एक लाइन लिखी थी, she was looking for a knight। Everybody thought she was looking for a knight। She was looking for a sword, she had it and she slayed it। So I can only think of that line when it comes to people like you who serve the country as well as, become larger than their own self। Thank you for inspiring us। Means a lot to have you in this forum today। I request Rachna ma'am to please felicitate Tulika ji on behalf of entire team NTPC। this is a small token of appreciation from our side. I know you're getting late because your flight is ahead, but you could still take out time out of your busy G20 ambassador schedule, and it really means a lot.
My pleasure.
Thank you so much. As we go ahead, I officially welcome Group Captain Bhavna here with us. Thank you, ma'am, for joining. Her session is ahead post lunch. And next up, we have Miss Pratyaksha here. अब उनके बारे में क्या ही कहें, आप में से कई लोगों ने उनकी किताबें पढ़ी होंगी और लेखकों के साथ एक बड़ी अजीब सी चीज होती है कि उनके संवाद दुनिया तक पहुंचते हैं, हर घर तक पहुंचते हैं, जन जन तक पहुंचते हैं, पर उनका चेहरा नहीं पहुंचता। वो पीछे के किरदार बन करके एक कहानी दूसरों को दे जाते हैं। तो आज वो चेहरा समक्ष प्रत्यक्षा मैम, कुछ लोग जो यहाँ पर उनके पुराने साथीगण भी हैं, वो इस जानते हैं कि वो उनसे एनटीपीसी का पुराना नाता रहा है। वो आप बताएंगे, बिल्कुल हम आप तक ही छोड़ देंगे। हम यहाँ पर आपको आपकी जो लेखनी है उसको सेलिब्रेट करना चाह रहे हैं आज। आपकी चर्चित पुस्तकों की पूरी सूची यहाँ पर है, चाहे वो जंगल का जादू, तिल तिल हो, पहर दोपहर ठुमरी हो, बारिश गर, तुम मिलो दोबारा, और तमाम कविताएं जो आपने लिखी हैं जिनका अनुरोध किया है, अनुवाद किया है। मुक्तिबोध पर जो आपने काम किया है, मुक्तिबोध एक बहुत प्रसिद्ध हिंदी कवि हैं, आपने उनकी कविताएं पढ़ी होंगी, उन पर जो आपने काम किया है वो देश विदेश में पहुंचा है। आपको कई पुरस्कार से सम्मानित किया गया है। आप कृष्ण बलदेव वैद फेलोशिप ले चुके हैं और आप संगम हाउस रेसिडेंसी फेलो भी रह चुके हैं। और इतना सब करने के बाद आप कैसे सीजीएम फाइनेंस का रोल भी क्या बखूबी निभा रहे हैं। ये आपकी जो कहानी है, ये हम सब के लिए इसलिए प्रेरणादायक है क्योंकि दो किरदार एक साथ निभाना यहाँ हमसे एक भी संभाला नहीं जाता, और वो भी हम पूरी तरीके से पूरे जस्टिफाई नहीं कर पाते अपने काम को। आप दो दो संभालती हैं और दोनों में ही अव्वल हैं। और इसके अलावा हमें ये भी पता है कि आप गार्डनिंग भी करती हैं, आपको घूमने का भी बहुत शौक है। आपके तमाम शौक आपने ऐसे हर रोज आप पूरा करती हैं। तो वन डे एट अ टाइम करके आपने अपनी पूरी कहानी बहुत लंबी कर ली है। तो इसके साथ ही ये पूरा सदन आपका, आप प्लीज अपनी कहानी सुनाएं हमें।
Thank you, Kenna. For me, it is like homecoming. I started from NTPC, and one day, I think some executive trainees are also with us, isn't it? So I started as a trainee here, and then it's so wonderful when Kenna told me कि आप आएंगी. So I said मेरे लिए तो घर आना है ये. I'm in PGCIL right now, but I just feel so glad, so happy to be in PMI. Although हमारे टाइम में PMI नहीं था, so it was we were at A1 Kailash Colony. I have my batchmate Anu sitting there in front of me, so we did our training together. I'm feeling very emotional in a way, to be here with all of you. And PGCIL के लिए तो NTPC is the mother company, so we always look for everything towards NTPC में क्या हो रहा है. So that makes me really, really happy to be here with all of you.
So this is a small presentation that
Oh.
our young ETs had made for you. You can,
Oh.
yeah. And we're eager to show you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
So it had glimpses of a lot of things from your residency program and Prabha Khetan Foundation, everything. We want to know about it all. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you again for making all this effort to, take pictures from God knows where and put them all together. Like she was saying, that I have like two lives. एक तो ऑफिस का जीवन है जहां हम लोग 9 to 5 क्या आई थिंक ऑल ऑफ अस आर वर्किंग व्हाट 9 to 9 एंड स्पेशली आफ्टर कोविड तो वो ऑफिशियल टाइमिंग लाइंस हैव ब्लर्ड टोटली तो हम लोग रात को भी काम कर रहे हैं सैटरडे संडे भी काम कर रहे हैं एंड उसके साथ में इट्स लाइक अ लिटिल बिट जेकल एंड हाइड बट नॉट रियली इन अ रॉन्ग सेंस कि वॉट एवर आई एम डूइंग इन ऑफिस उससे निकल के इट इज एन एस्केप इनटू माय राइटिंग वर्ल्ड इनटू इमेजिनेशन कि आप लाइक शी वाज सेइंग कि दिस इज द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग दैट वी हैव वो आपको एक फ्लाइट पे लेके जा सकता है सो यू कैन ब्रेक ऑल बाउंड्रीज फिजिकल व्हाटएवर किसी भी टाइम स्पेस में आप जा सकते हैं किसी भी ज्योग्राफी में जा सकते हैं बट अ लिटिल बिट अबाउट माय जर्नी टिल हियर जब हम लोगों ने ज्वाइन किया था आई रिमेंबर आई गॉट पोस्टेड टू माय ओजेटी वाज हैपनिंग इन कहलगांव थर्मल पावर प्रोजेक्ट एंड दैट प्रोजेक्ट वाज जस्ट कमिंग अप एंड आई वाज द ओनली गर्ल at that time ladki thi main patli like no personality and I used to be so scared this whole project full of men and I was the only girl and people would come from kahan se log aate the बाद में मुझे पता चला कि ये मालूम हुआ लोगों को एक लड़की ने ज्वाइन किया है so they would just come it was like curiosity अभी we are so many women everywhere लेकिन at that time it was a curiosity कि कोई लड़की है वो ज्वाइन की है and people would just come and see me कहीं कहीं से आते थे and I remember so lonely there I was staying in this field hostel and I would let me tell you I would cry in the evening because कोई मुझसे बात भी नहीं करता था किसी ने अगर 3 बार गुड मॉर्निंग बोल दिया तो it used to become like क्या बात है आप उनको that sort of biases we have faced and थोड़े दिन बाद people stopped talking to me except for official things and I used to be really awkward. I feel depressed कि हम कहाँ आ गए? How do we go on from here? And then from somehow, after 2 months of OJT, I got transferred to the ERHQ Patna. Another struggle began there because my boss was like totally against ये लड़की आ रही है कुछ काम वाम करेगी नहीं. She will just add to the manpower, numbers. And the first thing that I faced there was कोई ladies washroom नहीं था. That was the first fight I had to do. Badi ladaiyan. No, it starts from the basic ones. I was fighting for a women's washroom. So 3-4 mahine ho gaya, I would go to HR. I mean, all the HR people here. So I would go to HR and say, and I was very awkward. I was a trainee. I just didn't know how to put my things forward. Abhi mujhe lagta hai the younger girls are so smart. Like you all have reached somewhere else. हम लोग बहुत भी started from rock bottom कि क्या बोलेंगे कैसे बोलेंगे और वॉशरूम के लिए मैं जाके कैसे बोल सकती हूँ तो that was the first fight to get a washroom for myself and for many long years I was the only woman in ERHQ Patna and I had a lot of biases people would say 5:30 ये चली जाएंगी इनको give a soft job क्योंकि 5:30 बजे चली जाएंगी इनको छुट्टी लेना होगा she will have to look after her family and stuff so I cannot give her a proper hard job so to say और of course तुलिका जैसे तो हम लोग कुछ we are all I feel so inspired by your story हम लोगों ने ऐसे सिर्फ कहानियां पढ़ी हैं फिल्म्स में देखी हैं but to see a live person here it's really amazing पर हमारी लड़ाइयां बहुत छोटी छोटी थी घरों की लड़ाइयां थी how to fight the bias सबसे बड़ी लड़ाई जो मुझे लगता है हमारी खुद की लड़ाई है खुद के साथ में how do you unlearn your conditioning आपको लगता है कि यू आर हियर एंड जो पैट्रियार्की है thousands of years के साथ हमारे साथ है तो men have to learn a lot but I think importantly we have to learn a lot we have to break the shackles तो सबसे पहले यहाँ से कंडीशनिंग निकालनी पड़ती है कि हम क्या कर सकते हैं क्या नहीं कर सकते हैं और क्या चीज जो हम एक्सेप्ट करते हैं कि दिस इज माई जॉब उस चीज को अनलर्न कैसे करेंगे so when I started my job and I was thinking कि शादी वादी होगी, लाइक शी वाज सेइंग कि शादी करनी पड़ती है, सेटल डाउन कब होगे, दैट वाज अ वेरी पेरेनियल क्वेश्चन आई थिंक इवन नाउ. तो आई यूज्ड टू से कि शादी तो करेंगे और ऑफिस से थक के आएंगे एंड ही आल्सो बी टायर्ड एंड ही से चाय बनाओ. आई एम नॉट गोइंग टू डू दैट. मैं चाय नहीं बनाऊंगी. So what happens then? So I said, ऐसे तो कोई इंडियन मैरिज चलेगा ही नहीं. If the wife comes and says कि I will not do this. तो मेरे साथ ये था कि I cannot do that. So better not get married. आप ऑफिस का काम कर लो. पहले तो पहली लड़ाई ऑफिस में करो कि 5:30 बजे आप चली जाएंगी. आई वॉज इन फाइनेंस, तो क्लोजिंग है. लोग उन दिनों ये सब सैप वगैरह नहीं था. तो मोस्ट ऑफ द क्लोजिंग वाज बीइंग डन मैनुअली. हम लोग डेबिट क्रेडिट वो वाउचर्स भी हाथ से बनाते थे. सो इट यूज्ड बी वेरी टफ. If anybody is from finance here, ट्रायल बैलेंस अगर टैली होता था तो इट यूज्ड बी अ बिग सेलिब्रेशन दोस डेज, क्योंकि कंप्यूटराइज्ड कुछ भी नहीं था. तो उसमें लोग रात रात भर काम करते थे. दे वुड बी इन ऑफिस होल नाइट फॉर अ डे और टू. और ये तो दिस गर्ल विल गो एट 5:30. तो पहला तो उस बायस को ब्रेक करना है. So I had a lot of experiences, people coming and deriding me and demeaning me because of gender. And it is not at all funny to be demeaned by your gender. And you have to fight so much. इतनी लड़ाई लड़नी पड़ती है. And I have an example of a colleague, a senior colleague, senior in the sense he was older to me, also a senior in position. And he would come and sit next to me and he would say things, कि ये तो इनको काम भी नहीं आता, ये कुछ नहीं कर सकती, 5:30 बजे चली जाएंगी, इनको कुछ लेना होगा पेवर तो she will go to the boss's room and शायद 2 आंसू गिरा लेंगी तो ये हो जाएगा. This was a very typical stereotype bias that we were facing those days. I don't know how it is now. मुझे नहीं मालूम कि ये चीजें कितनी बदल गई हैं, but these sort of things had to be really fought, tooth and nail, every day at a time. आप रोज लड़ते थे. And that colleague, after a year or two, he would come and discuss every damn thing with me. He'll say, इनकी अंग्रेजी बहुत अच्छी है, तो ये प्लीज just read this policy and tell me कि इसका मतलब क्या होता है. And he was not doing it like a मजाक उड़ाने वाली चीज. He genuinely started believing in me, genuinely started having faith in me. And slowly I remember ER1 Patna office was very, very patriarchal place to be in those days. And how I made my small little space. And so much so कि मैं बाद में concurrence करती थी and people would tell me this iron lady, because every proposal would go back from my side. तो वो उस point से कि I remember when I was punching one day and our ED, he was coming and he saw me and he said, who is that girl from college? इसको ऊपर बुलाओ. He was sitting on another floor. And I went there and he says कि you don't look like you look as if you're coming from a school or a college. मुझे लगा कि इस चीज को मुझे तोड़ना है अभी. I started wearing saris since then, all cotton fluffy sari. I'm just sharing all my experiences. So I started wearing fluffy cotton saris कि थोड़ा सा personality में वजन आ जाएगा. तो पता नहीं वजन आया कि नहीं आया, but gradually over a period of time I realized कि जो आपने meritocracy की बात की, आप किस तरह से प्रूव करते हैं अपने आप को. आप सिर्फ काम से प्रूव करते हैं. आप सिर्फ अपनी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी लेने के जो आपका जो एटीट्यूड होता है, आप सिर्फ उससे चेंज करते हैं माइंड से. एंड अ पॉइंट केम व्हेन दे स्टार्टेड रियलाइजिंग कि मैं ना तो मुझे टाइम का कोई दिक्कत है कि आई नॉट कम ऑन सैटरडे संडे और आई नॉट डू माई वर्क आफ्टर 5:30. आई विल सिट लेट इफ इट इज रिक्वायर्ड, बट खाली फालतू में नहीं बैठूंगी. कि 5:30 बजे से एक और स्टीरियोटाइप हमारे यहाँ है कि अगर आप 5:30 बजे के बाद ऑफिस पे दिख रहे हैं मतलब यू आर रियली वर्किंग हार्ड. द वेरी वेरी कॉमन स्टीरियोटाइप कि आपने सारा आउटपुट 5:30 पे अगर कर दिया, व्हाई डू यू नीड टू सिट लेटर. बट दैट इज द कुछ चीजें होती ना टैग्ड हो जाती हैं कि अगर आप 6 बजे 7 बजे 8 बजे तक दिख रहे हैं मतलब यू आर रियली वर्किंग सो हार्ड. हो सकता है दिन में आपने बहुत कुछ नहीं अचीव किया हो. The women do not go for cigarette का जो time out होता है या चाय का होता है. I think I have realized that women in my team, whenever I had more women in my team, they were always much better because they could multitask better. They would sit, with a lot of ownership and dedication and finish their work. कोई भी काम कह दो. This is also one very woman trait कि अगर आपको कोई आके कहेगा this is very urgent, तो आपको मन में होगा कि this is really urgent. You don't see the baggage behind. So you'll really do it. And I saw men, बहुत urgent है to put it in the drawer and do it. I'm not demeaning men or anything, but I've seen many. I think they're able to handle pressure better. तो उनको लगता है they can prioritize things. हम लोग बहुत सिंसियरिटी से काम करते हैं, तो हमको लगता है अगर किसी ने आके कुछ कहा है कि this is urgent, this is important, हम उसको बहुत सीरियसली लेते हैं. It is a very good thing. It's a very good attitude because ultimately ये सब करके ही हमने कुछ एक अपने लिए एक space create किया जहां पर we are able to prove ourselves. We are no less. Kahin I was reading, women are no more than men in responsibility, intelligence, creativity, all the good attributes. And I say we are no less, of course. But we always work harder to prove that we are no less. And this is really a very, very difficult journey. What we do is when we see the male and female gender stereotypes, we always look at it as if it is, two opposite set of ideas. It is not that. It is a spectrum. और उस spectrum में हम लोग, we are there. So we are not in conflicting roles. We should be in complementing roles. And what we need to do is, I think the first thing we need to do is that paradigm shift of the attitude, the cultural attitude towards gender stereotypes. How to unlearn that and how to remove those misconceptions. They really cloud our judgment. Mostly, I think it does for men, it does for women, both of us. And I think there's nothing wrong in being sensitive. And there is nothing wrong in being strong. But another stereotype, अगर आप बहुत strong है, तो कहा जाएगा ये तो बड़ी domineering है. If you go and argue things, so you will be said, oh, she's very aggressive, ये हर issue पे fight करती हैं. So either you're too soft or you're too aggressive. That stereotype also we need to change. How do we do that? Number one, एक तो मुझे लगता है सबसे पहले we need to be kind to ourselves. We are trying to be superwoman. Don't be a superwoman. आप जितनी जगह अपने आप को perfect करेंगी, somewhere you will be depleting yourself. You cannot be superwoman in all spheres. But whatever we are doing, we need to do it with full responsibility. जितना हम लोगों को freedom मिल रहा है, जितना हम लोगों को privilege मिल रहा है, exactly उतना ही measure of responsibility and ownership we have to display to people for two things, for ourselves also and for the generation who's going to come next to us. जब वो आएगा तो they will see. हम लोग के पहले वाले generation में people would have fought much harder. My mother was a professor of sociology, and she would tell her story how difficult it was for her. For me, I realized it was maybe a little less difficult for me. For many younger people who are sitting here, it will be a lot easier for you. And एक दो generation और आगे जाएंगे तो it will become even more easy, more better, more acceptance. And already I think we have become so comfortable, at least in the corporate world that I know of. I'm not talking about, जैसे आपने कहा गांव में, कस्बों में, I think nothing has changed. And that also is very funny. In India, I think 100 साल का जो time frame है, वो coexist करता है. So abhi we are living in this 2023, probably in some village or some other smaller place, it would be still 100 years back. All the things that we have heard from our grandparents, वो दुनिया भी अभी exist कर रही है कहीं ना कहीं. और कई बार metropolitan शहरों में भी वो exist कर रही है. I have known colleagues, female colleagues who have had really difficult times at home. और हम कहते हैं ना कि अगर economic independence है, that is the first step. That is the first step surely. But I have known women जिनके बैंक अकाउंट्स के ऊपर कंट्रोल उनके हस्बैंड्स का होता है या फैमिली का होता है. और कई बार जब हम लोग ये डिबेट करते हैं तो मुझे बहुत ये बात कहने का मन करता है कि although it is the most important step towards female emancipation, लेकिन नौकरी करके खाली emancipation नहीं हो रहा है. Whatever money we are earning, अगर उसके खर्च करने में से नहीं हो रहा आपका, आपके बैंक अकाउंट पे आपका कंट्रोल नहीं हो रहा, then that means that somewhere you're still being controlled by someone else. And this I'm not saying because इसका ये मतलब नहीं है कि घर में कुछ आप एक ऐसा disruptive atmosphere create करिए. And here again, for that thing I'm saying कि जब हम घर में रहते हैं या ऑफिस में रहते हैं तो सबसे पहले हम लोगों को अपने लिए एक स्पेस क्रिएट करना है. Nobody else will come and create the space for you. We have to create it ourselves. How do we do it? At home, you have to make your partners, your children understand, your in-laws understand that you are doing an important job. कई बार होता ना कि ये क्या है, ये तो तैयार होके चली जा रही हैं ऑफिस, वहां जाके मजे करेंगी. People do not know, the sweat and blood that we are giving to office, 9 hours, 10 hours, and then we carry all that home. And बाहर से कोई देखता है, oh, they're wearing a nice sari and nicely made up, and you go to office. So people do not know what you're doing at office. How do we make them know what we're doing at office? We have to tell them. We have to really tell them the importance of our work. Whatever field we are in this office or other professions. Mostly जब औरतें बाहर जा रही हैं काम करने को, तो घर में उसको हमेशा एक secondary role की तरह लिया जाता है. It's like supplementing a man's prime role of earning money and bringing money at home. और औरत अगर नौकरी कर रही है तो वो एक सेकेंडरी रोल में है, वो सप्लीमेंट कर रही है अपने हस्बैंड को. हाउ डू वी ब्रेक दैट? वो बहुत बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट एक चीज है कि उसको बिना लड़ाई किए हुए, वी कांट फाइट एवरी टाइम, वी कांट फाइट एट होम, वी कांट फाइट इन ऑफिस. हाउ डू वी मेक आवर पार्टनर्स अंडरस्टैंड? हाउ डू वी मेक आवर पेरेंट्स एंड इन लॉज अंडरस्टैंड? जब हम नौकरी करने जा रहे हैं बाहर, तो हम मजे करने नहीं जा रहे हैं, हम बहुत मेहनत करने जा रहे हैं वहां पे. जो काम हम कर रहे हैं वो इम्पोर्टेंट है फॉर अस, फॉर द कंपनी, फॉर आवर सेल्फ डेवलपमेंट, फॉर आवर इवोल्यूशन. तो ये सारी चीजें हैं, हम लोग सब जानते हैं कैसे करना है. ऑफिस में आई रिमेंबर वी हैड अ ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम इन MDI लॉन्ग टाइम बैक. इट वाज ओनली अ वुमेन्स प्रोग्राम and we had some classroom lectures, but importantly we stayed there together for 3 to 4 days and we discussed problems of working women. Oh, we will again please, I'm just talking to my friends. I remember we were just sitting and the lectures were very nice, very inspiring, lot of reaffirmations. But the real learning happened after the classroom things were over. We were sitting, over chai or whatever and sitting late in the night. And we were all discussing the problems that we face, the working women face. Chote problems, starting from harassment at official spaces to other things, to how do we get to do some important work because sometimes your bosses are not understanding या आपको वो चैलेंज देने को तैयार नहीं है. वो हम सब उन चीजों को कैसे करेंगे, क्या करेंगे, कोई डेलिकेट सिचुएशन है, हाउ डू वी हैंडल ऑल दैट? We were discussing all that. And I still remember that training happened in 2000, 22 years back. And I still remember that training because it made me so happy that there were people, other women who were facing the same sort of challenges that I was facing. तो ये जो sisterhood की हम बात करते हैं, that is so important because कई बार लगता है कि ये चीज सिर्फ मेरे साथ हो रही है, ये बाकी लोगों के साथ नहीं हो रही है. And the moment you come out and talk, you share, you understand कि ये सबके साथ है, and then you have a shared knowledge of how to handle such situations. I remember we were talking to seniors and we were asking कि how do you handle this situation? And they were very personal questions, things that you wouldn't want to talk in a forum. And yet, one-to-one, we were talking about that. And we were learning from that. And that, I remember, is like real learning that happened there. I remember a lot of such trainings. Last year, I was... also, let me tell you about this. Like, एक और चीज होती है ना, जब ये soft काम दिया जाता है आपको, and then you try to take challenges. And NTPC में तो बहुत transfers होते हैं आजकल. पावर ग्रिड में भी होते हैं. So I got transferred to, I was in corporate office for very long after my ERHQ Patna stint. I stayed there for long years. And then in 2003, I came to corporate office. And I was in corporate office since then. And then I got transferred to our NR2 headquarters, Jammu. This happened just 1 week before the lockdown. So I was designated HOF and I was told कि आप जाइए because closing होना है. That was March 2020 was the year of COVID, isn't it? So March. So I said, okay, fine, I'll go. And I had to leave my family behind here, my husband, my children. And you know, when I was very apprehensive, I must tell you, I was apprehensive about getting transferred, staying alone. And I thought professionally to maza aayega kaam karne mein. You know, I'll be heading the department and I'll do things my way. And then I thought, like Tulika said, the mind game, what will happen if I'm staying all alone? I mean, I've stayed alone in the beginning of my career. But at this stage, can I manage that? And I said, okay, theek hai, chalte hain, let me see. And I went and I just carried one suitcase. कि अगले week वापस आएंगे weekend को. And then, you know, go properly. So abhi I'm just going to join. And I went and next Saturday or Sunday it was, the lockdown was announced. Flights were cancelled. All trains were cancelled. There was no way you could go back. And I was there. Professionally, we had to manage how we would work from home. The account closing was on our heads. It was March. We had to get the audit done. I didn't know my team. I didn't remember their names. I couldn't connect the name with the faces. There were 40 odd people in finance. I just didn't know how I would function, how I would get the work done. And apart from facing this whole business of, you know, the COVID aa gaya hai, God knows what is going to happen. It was like some dystopian world at that time. And then you don't know how to do the professional front is one thing and the personal front is another one. My daughter was coming from abroad. She was stranded at the airport for, I think, 48 hours or something like that, the last flight. And I'm calling her, I'm calling my husband, I'm trying to arrange the auditors, and I'm trying to get computers in the township so that we can continue work from Monday onwards. And I don't know my team. How do I get the work done? And it was such a challenge. And I truly enjoyed. We would do VCs every day. We were staying in the same colony, but different houses. And I would take one section at a time and tell him, bring your teammates so that I get to know everybody. And that is how we did the, you know, getting into the work. We did the account closing. Everything did work out well finally. And staying alone professionally, of course, it was like really great working like that, you know, facing all the challenges and getting things done, getting the results. And personally also, I realized, you know, suddenly it was like, ये होता ना हम अपने आप को भी नहीं जानते हैं. It takes a lot for us to discover ourselves. And I realized that there is a sense of serenity in being all alone. It somehow allowed me to, the outside world was closed and I descended into myself. And I tried to see the world as it is, you know, from a different perspective. Outside, everything was changing. It was so depressive, actually, people dying. And the entire COVID period, I was in Jammu alone, both phases. And then I thought maybe I should use this time, use this me time. This me time के लिए हम लोग बहुत परेशान होते रहते हैं कि me time नहीं होता. But me time जब मिलता है तो वो बहुत overwhelming होता है. तो ऐसा नहीं है कि आप हर अपने free time में आप कुछ कर ही लेते हैं. I didn't write at all in those 2 years. I had a lot of time, I didn't write. I started writing a bit earlier. I started writing when I got transferred to corporate office. And I thought, ये finance इतना dry दुनिया है. Debit credit यही हम करते रहते हैं सारे समय. What is the escape? वो कहते हैं ना जीवन में रस कहाँ से मिलेगा? ऑफिस से रस एक टाइप मिल रहा था. Challenges but also you get bogged down by the routineness of the work every day. The similar type of work you're doing. And you want to aspire, you want to look for something else. And in my spare time, and what spare time, I don't know, because I had two children, growing children, and I had my parents, and I had one of my uncles who never married. So I asked him to come and stay with us because he had no one else. My father-in-law, so it was a big family. I have a dog, and now I have a bird, a cockatoo. So it's a proper big family. So running a big family and running an office and then deciding to do something else. And I started writing in around 2006. And I started writing blog first. I wanted to test waters. Hindi likhna chhut gaya tha. We were all working in English in office. So Hindi likhna shuru kiya, blogging shuru ki, and then I started writing one story at a time. And gradually, the journey went on. And I realized कि अगर हम एक ही चीज में अपने आप को लिमिट कर रहे हैं, somewhere we are limiting ourselves. We are limiting our potential. Writing has always given me an escape. And it has also given me an anchor to be what I am. Also to be able to perform in office the way I can, because there is something else waiting for me outside. Family is always there. Support is always there. And you draw your emotional nourishment from family, from friends, from colleagues, from people around you who appreciate you, who give you warmth. And then you come out and do something. And that makes you happy. And the happier you are, whether in office or at home, you do good work. So that is how I started writing. And it has been a journey. It has been a journey, really. Because then I wrote novels. And somebody was asking, how do you asked. I'm really surprised. How did I do all this writing? Saturday or Sunday, or sometimes, raat ko utkar. I wrote my novel, the one that got published last year. I wrote it, I don't know, 10 years, I guess. Like I left it in my laptop and I would write a little bit. And 1 year I decided I'd write 1 page a day. So that would make 365 pages. I would calculate like that. So 365 pages, that means ek kitab ho jayegi. Like that. And then वैसा नहीं किया, because I was in a workshop last weekend where I was supposed actually to tell participants how to write. And I said, I'm the wrong person to teach, because I followed none of the rules. I mean, nobody writes a novel in 10 years and does 1 page at a time. And it's horrible. Don't listen to me at all. But I think this is what we can do. If we are working full time, this is the only luxury we have. We can't go away. We can't take leave. Even coming here today, I had a meeting slated in the morning and I had to shift it to, like I was juggling it, the second half and then first half. That thing was happening. And all of us professionals sitting here, we are all juggling between, I don't know how many hats we wear in office, at home, in the social environment that we move around. We do hundreds and tens of things. And yet I think we all are doing so wonderfully well. Wonderfully well enough that we are being noticed now everywhere. And also, I just give one example. I say office mein lift khula, and if they're all women, lift khula, one man is standing, waiting to get in the lift, and he'll see all women and he'll take 2 steps back. Always I've seen. On the other hand, a lift full of men, but opens one woman, she will walk in confidently. Always. You'll see meeting rooms, all men, one woman, and she'll speak her mind. And you'll see a group of women and one man, he will generally, there are some men sitting here though. So I tell, we have learned to be a minority, and we have learned so well from it that it doesn't matter anymore to us. हम लोग उस कॉन्फिडेंस वाले लेवल पे आ गए हैं कि हम कहीं भी जाकर कुछ भी कर सकते हैं. We can achieve anything. We can do what we want I'm just looking at the watch कि already lunch time में मैं बहुत ज़्यादा बोलती ना रहूं. What? 2 बज गया है. Okay. No, I would rather like, कि अगर किसी से कुछ more interactive.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. Let's make it more interactive. Though we have paucity of time, but I'm sure we have a lot of questions for Pratyaksha ji. Please feel free to ask anything on her literary journey, the author that she is, the amazing corporate leader that she is, anything that you have in mind, especially the young recruits that we have. कुछ चीजें जो आपको अगर आप see now is the time. Do not hesitate. I do not know when when will that opportunity come again when we get to interact with each other in this manner. So yes, go ahead. Also, the people who have joined us from MS Teams and YouTube, if you would like to post any questions, please put it up in the chat box.
So while we are waiting for questions, I would like to share one experience around 1.5 years back when I was posted in Jammu. We led a women's team to Leh Ladakh. It was an amazing experience. So there were young engineers from Srinagar who had never moved out of Srinagar. They had done their engineering from there, and they got picked up from campus. And they were working in the most difficult terrain. And we did a road trip from Srinagar to Leh. We have 4 substations. Power Grid has got 4 substations in that area. Kargil, Dras, Leh. Those are very inhospitable terrain, no trees, nothing. And we went, it was like a convoy, 4 or 5 vehicles, and all these girls they were basically mostly from Srinagar, some from, of course, RHQ Jammu. And it was such a wonderful way to, mingle. We went to Leh, we went to some colleges there, we met children, we met school kids, we met college-going students, we interacted with the professors. It was amazing. And one thing happened over there was something which touched my heart, because the office had organized a lunch somewhere, and they said, we won't have it in the substation, we'll do it in, it's a picnic and it's a surprise. So Kargil ya Dras. And we went on a road. It was not a metal road. वो बड़ा ऐसे सा रास्ता था, very dangerous. I mean, you look down and you feel, my God, कहाँ लेके जा रहे हैं? And we were just going. And there's nothing, no population, no trees, no nothing. एक उधर से गाड़ी आ रही थी. So we just asked कि कहाँ है, आगे क्या है? And the office गाड़ी was like सबसे आगे. So we couldn't ask them कि क्या कर रहे हैं, आप कहाँ लेके जा रहे हैं? तो उधर से एक गाड़ी आ रही थी, just enough space to cross. And our driver asked कि आगे क्या है? And he says आगे पाकिस्तान है. We said पाकिस्तान ले जा रहे हैं हमें लंच कराने के लिए क्या? So anyway, मतलब 30-40 मिनट के बाद suddenly the vehicle turns and it is like some amazing place. It's like a small vale. एक नदी बह रही थी and there was some पेड़ थे वहां पे. And suddenly the barren terrain and there is this beautiful lovely garden जैसा जगह. So we had our lunch, उन्होंने स्टेशन से कुछ बनवाया था, बिरयानी and all that. We were just sitting on the ground enjoying our food. And then there were like 7-8 लड़कियां आई. Very beautiful girls, local girls. I think the last village before Pakistan border. And the girls were from there. And they were so smart and they were so confident. And they just came. And they said they were talking in some accent. कुछ हिंदी बोल पा रहे थे. And it was a little bit difficult to understand what they were saying. They were like, इतना confidence कि वो आके हाथ पकड़ के and they said कि can we have pictures? तो हम वहां बैठ गए. We clicked some pictures with them. One of the girls had an iPad. So I said, you know how to operate this? She says, yes. I said, net आता है? She says कि हाँ, थोड़ा सा अपने गांव से थोड़ा निकलना पड़ता है, फिर नेट आ जाता है. और स्कूल में होता है. I said, this is amazing. And she clicked pictures, अलग-अलग pose करके. She says, I want to become this. There were 3-4 girls. There were some boys and then some, I think there some women also. हमने उनके पते नोट किए, वो नंबर नोट किया. I said, I'll send you things, books, crayons, paint stuff, whatever you want. That girl has remained in touch with me. She calls me on and off. Most of the time, the connectivity is so bad that I can't hear what she's saying. And I think वो जो women's trip था, उसमें apart from the fact कि one of the girls, when we were interacting in a college, we were all talking, and we asked one of the girls कि तुम बताओ, you talk. She stood up and she couldn't. Public speaking is not easy. 2 minute के बाद से she said, ma'am, I can't speak. And she sat down. I said, कोई बात नहीं, just sit. बाकी लोगों ने बोल लिया. Then she says, she comes to me and she says, now I want to speak. And then she spoke about the difficult times she had when she was studying in Srinagar and how she managed to go to the engineering college, all her journey, and how she got into engineering. And then पावर ग्रिड में उसको नौकरी मिल गई और वो काम कर रही थी और ये उसके लिए पहला मौका था श्रीनगर से निकल के. इवन इन लेह लद्दाख दे हैड नॉट बीन टू एनीवेयर आउटसाइड श्रीनगर. And she spoke so well that day and she was so emotional. And we said, this is exactly what woman empowerment is. You empower yourself first and foremost. She broke the barrier that day. She was able to stand up and speak to a huge hall full of students and faculty. So from that trip, I remember that girl, Naila, that was her name, and the girls from that last village before the border. The girls who were so smart and so confident, and you wouldn't even expect कि इतने interior में इतने confidence से ये लोग, they can deal with people. That was an amazing experience. And I'm sure all of us have small stories of faith, of hope, of courage, of getting past our potential, of learning to do things, of making a very congenial space in office, in home, understanding ourselves better, and do whatever you want to do, whatever. And don't think that time is a limit. Time is never a limit. I look at myself and I see I've been HOF in 2 regions now, a full family, and then I've been able to write 12 books. And I'm surprised, how did I do that? So probably कहीं ना कहीं से कुछ time निकाल के किया ही होगा. और ऐसे सबके पास एक कुछ पोटेंशियल होता है, कुछ ऐसी चीज होती है जो आपको फोर्स करती है उसको करने के लिए. And that is what makes you, rise a little bit above, whether it is in the professional arena or it is in some other area. कोई आपका शौक है, कोई passion है, whatever you're doing, wherever, do that. Always do that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Your journey has been very, very empowering, and it has impacted so many lives, both in the corporate field and as well as through your writings. क्योंकि आपकी कई सारी किताबें मैंने खुद भी पढ़ी हैं और उसमें जो किरदार हैं वो अपनी एक भाषा बोलते हैं और उस भाषा से स्ट्रेंथ, एडमिरेशन, दोस्ती, ये सारी चीजें लोगों तक पहुंचती हैं. So thank you so much for being you, and we really appreciate that you took out time from your busy schedule and you graced the occasion. I request Rachna ma'am to please felicitate Pratyaksha madam on behalf of Team PMI.
Oh, wow. Matches more with your. Thank you.
So thank you very much. Thank you very much, Rachna ma'am. We will now take a not a very long lunch break. It's 2:15. We come back at 10 minutes to 3. We begin our session. And at 4 o'clock, Director HR is gracing the event. We'll officially do the cake cutting ceremony. It'll be really great if Pratyaksha ma'am could have stayed until then and join us in the ceremony. But then we totally understand the schedule ahead for you. So yeah, let's all gather for lunch, have lunch together. We come back for the next session, which is a very special session. Also, the people who have joined us through YouTube and MS Teams, the session ahead is going to be really interesting and extremely important. Every year, officers from the Defense Forces have graced, our event and made it special. The learnings that they leave behind for us makes a long time imprint on us. So we are looking forward to the session. We have Wing Commander Jyotsna Renu and Group Captain Bhavna joining us in the second half. The session begins sharp at 3. So do please come back. Thank you. There's this protocol in the Indian Air Force that they do not let us know the names of the officers who are coming till the last hour. So until about a day ago, all of us had literally had palpitations. Who's going to come? We do not even know the names. How are we going to receive our guests? And then when they come, they bring in so much of warmth and energy that suddenly everything else fizzes into the air, and all we are left with is pure inspiration. So thank you so much to both of you. I know Bhavna Madam is traveling from Agra. Uh, and despite that, you already had a strict travel regime in past few days, still you could manage this time out for us. We really want to tell you on behalf of NTPC that this means a world. Thank you so much, both of you.
Thank you very much for giving us this opportunity to come and interact with you all. This is probably, I'm not sure about you, Jyotsna, but for me, it is one of the very rare occasions wherein I'm coming to a PSU and getting to talk with you. This is a totally different atmosphere for me. This is a totally different forum for me. And because so far, I have been going to the villages, to the far-flung areas, to schools, colleges. So thank you very much for giving us this opportunity to come here.
Thank you. And we have our NTPC employees and even the family members joining us from various parts of the country. They are joining us through MS Teams, or the employees are joining through MS Teams. And the family members are joining through YouTube live channel of NTPC PMI. So if I were to put across the story of Bhavna ma'am, probably it'll take me days. I have this long list of the body of work that she has. I will not read out every part of it. I will leave it for both of you to share your own journey. But I will also not miss the opportunity to read out few of it from whatever I have. Okay. So she was commissioned, Wing Commander Bhavna Mehra, now a group captain, was commissioned in administration branch of IAF in June 1996. She hails from Amritsar. And she is an accomplished aero modeler, a mountaineer, long distance cyclist, basic skydiver. She has done skiing and participated in various camps, including the All Indian Vayu Sainik Camp and Republic Day camps. She has been recognized in the field of adventure, and she holds a Limca book record for being the only non-pilot who has flown 140 hours, including several hours of aerobatic sorties and ferries as co-pilot of IAF 9 aircraft aerobatic team Surya Kiran. She is the first woman officer and the only officer of the IAF who has been a commentator of both the Surya Kiran aerobatic team and Sarang helicopter display team. And this is just to begin with. There is so much more to the story, which we will learn from her. This entire session is now over to the officers of the Indian Air Force. We back out from here.
Thank you very much. And first and foremost, I would really like to thank the organizers of this conclave for calling it a leaders conclave. It's not a bosses conclave or a managers conclave, or in our parlance, what we call as commanding officers or HODs conclave. It's a leaders conclave. So it gives a very, very different and a different connotation to the entire the event that we are having. So, well, I jotted down a few things which came to my mind. Who a leader is. Leader has a foresight. He or she is a visionary. Doesn't get deterred easily. Is passionate about whatever they do. Compassionate. Nurtures. Builds up a team. Finds out the best in every person and utilizes it for achieving the set goal, whatever it is. They are intuitive. They may not know everything, but they know something. They look at something which others are not looking at. They bring it out. The best part is that leader is inclusive. We always say so and so has emerged as a leader, right? Now, when we compare it with a manager creates goals, maintains status quo, and creates systems, whereas the leader creates a vision, is a change agent at times, and
Definitely create relationships. That's what a leader is, right? That's what we understand a leader to be. Let's come to the bosses. They give orders, they are authoritative, they seek control, and they direct what is to be done. Leader inspires, supports, encourages, and propels the team to achieve whatever the leader has set out for. The leaders, obviously, they don't see a problem as a problem. They see it as an opportunity to find another way to resolve the issue, right? Okay, I take a break here. Now just go back to your homes, visualize your grandmother, visualize your mother. Don't you see all these traits in them? So, do we really need to prove that women can be leaders? We are born leaders, man, right? So, yes, and being human beings that we are, I would not want to say that men are not leaders. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. So, while we talk about leadership, it is an inclusive thing. It is a person going beyond the existential level of himself or herself, trying to get everybody together, bring out the best in them, and take it forward. So I don't think we really need to, dwell on this any further, that women are in the leadership role. Why are we doing it today? Because okay, in my that's absolutely my personal thought. Let's go back to the times when the men used to go hunting or tilling the lands, and the women used to manage the household. They were natural leaders. They were born leaders. They will manage the house. They will manage the children. They'll nurture them. They'll cook for them. They will educate them. They will teach them skills. This whole thing was left to women, and there was kind of mutual respect between men and women. Men, they had their own very well defined over a period of time, and God has made us different, right? We all are different. If there was men and women were supposed to be the same or equal, then there will not be men and women, no? There will be the same gender, but we have different roles to play. And those days, those times, I'm sure there would have been mutual respect for each other. Somewhere down the line, as the civilization progressed, as the people started having a lot of social, economic issues, wars started, and people wanted to save their wives, their children, their. So what started happening? They started in a very systematic way. They started degrading the role of women. If she is knitting, I remember there was a time when in the offices the ladies used to come. They used to be knitting during their lunch hours. Now they were made fun of. People started demeaning कि क्या करती है अभी भी आज की डेट में भी बोलते हैं कि oh she's a working woman. That means the woman who is sitting at home nurturing the children, looking after the household is not working. She's also working. So this is what I'm trying to say, that slowly and steadily they started degrading the that I would not like to point out, but it has happened. The degradation of the status of women happened, and then somewhere a generation back, women started revolting. They started questioning. They started asking these kind of things that, अरे यार ऐसा भी क्या है जो हम नहीं कर सकते हैं? And here we are today, breaking the ceilings, breaking the barriers. We have encroached upon the area of men. I would rather say that, just to prove ourselves that, hello, stop demeaning us. So my journey started that way. I'm sure yours, and I think all of us have had the same journey. A small girl,
I've got 2 younger sisters. We were 3 sisters and वो सब लोग बोलते थे क्या ये बेचारी 3 बहनें हो तुम्हारा कोई भाई नहीं. And I used to be like, what the hell यार ऐसा क्या है कोई लड़का कर सकता है मैं नहीं कर सकती हूँ. So I started taking up those kind of challenges. बचपन से लड़कों के साथ में साइकिल रेस करती थी, बाइक रेस करती थी. And then one fine day I was sitting, okay, I'm trying to tell you about my journey into adventure because everyone, all of us have, something in us which defines us. So maybe the adventure part of me defines me. So one fine day, I was in the 11th standard. I was sitting and reading newspaper, और वहाँ पे I read a clipping wherein it said कि NCC cadets from Jalandhar, they have gone on their bikes to Khardungla top. उस जमाने में खरदुंगला के बारे में किसी ने नहीं सुना था. I'm talking about year 1990, I suppose. 1990. So उस टाइम में कोई इतना जानता नहीं था और वो जलंधर के लड़के थे. मैंने कहा अच्छा सारे लड़के, एक भी लड़की नहीं है. तो फिर कहाँ है खरदुंगला? अरे वाह, दुनिया का हाईएस्ट मोटरेबल पास. आई हैव टू गो हियर. कैसे गए थे? बाइक से गए थे. मैं साइकिल से जाऊंगी. Why it is difficult? Why probably उस टाइम शायद किसी ने सोचा नहीं था. आई वॉज इन 11th स्टैंडर्ड और वो मेरे को कीड़ा बहुत तंग करता रहा. जब मैं कॉलेज में चली गई, अमृतसर चली गई, तो फिर वहाँ पे आई वॉज इन सेकेंड ईयर. मेरे को बहुत ज़्यादा कीड़े ने तंग किया. तो फिर मैंने एक दिन साइकिल उठाई और मैं निकल गई. हाउ ओल्ड वॉज आई? आई वॉज 17 years old. I just picked up my bicycle and I just started going. मैं उस टाइम वहाँ पे सिविल एविएशन क्लब में फ्लाइंग भी करती थी, तो मेरे को रूट मोटा मोटी पता था ना कि भाई अमृतसर से जलंधर वाली कौन सी रोड है. वो लोकल फ्लाइंग एरिया में आता था, तो मुझे मालूम था. तो मैंने अपना साइकिल उठाया और चल दी. अब चल तो दी, फिर ख्याल आया कि मैं यार चल दी हूँ, अब मैं रात को कहाँ रहूंगी. तो सोचा अच्छा ठीक है किसी कॉलेज में रह लूंगी. एनसीसी कैडेट थी, वैसे ही थोड़ा कॉन्फिडेंस लेवल ज़्यादा था, तो किसी एनसीसी यूनिट में रह लूंगी या किसी पुलिस स्टेशन में रह लूंगी. फिर आगे और चली तो फिर यार सोऊंगी कैसे, मतलब बेडिंग तो है नहीं है. तो अच्छा बेडिंग का भी इंतजाम कर लेंगे किसी तरह. खाऊंगी क्या? तो जेब में तो 500 रुपए थे उस टाइम. 500 रुपए पॉकेट मनी मिलती थी एंड आई थिंक इट वाज बिगिनिंग ऑफ द मंथ, सो आई हैड 500 रुपीज विद मी. 500 रुपए, अच्छा 500 रुपए कितने दिन चलेंगे यार. So you see, slowly it started dawning on me that I need to prepare. I need some preparation. Only physical might is not good enough. मतलब ठीक है मैं फिजिकली फिट थी, मैं बहुत सारी किलोमीटर साइकिल चला सकती थी, सब कुछ कर सकती थी, बट आई नीड टू प्लान, आई नीड टू अंडरस्टैंड. तो बहुत भारी दिल से आई केम बैक एंड देन आई स्टार्टेड आस्किंग बाकी एनसीसी कैडेट्स, ये वो पैरासेलिंग करती थी, सबसे पूछती थी. आर्मी की लड़कियों को भी पैरासेलिंग कराती थी कि यार ये तुम में से कोई बताओ यार कोई एक्सपीडिशन कैसे प्लान करते हैं. तो ऐसे ही एक बार आर्मी वाली गर्ल्स आई थी, तो उनको मैं आई वाज हेल्पिंग आउट एंड डूइंग पैरासेलिंग एंड वन ऑफ द गर्ल्स सेड कि मेरी एक फ्रेंड है, उसकी सिस्टर है, वो एनसीसी में है और वो गई थी बेसिक माउंटेनियरिंग कोर्स करने के लिए और वहाँ पे वो सिखाते हैं कि एक्सपीडिशन कैसे प्लान करते हैं. अच्छा, तो सीधे पहुंच गई सीओ एनसीसी के ऑफिस में और आई सैल्यूटेड एंड आई सेड कि yes, tell me what can I do. I said, sir, I'm cadet Bhavna Mehra and I'm from Air Wing and can you help me out? I would like to go for basic mountaineering course. CEO's jaw dropped. He said, really? मतलब उस टाइम में सारे फोकस ये होता था कि पढ़ो लिखो, तुम ये सब करके क्या करोगे, और एडवेंचर और माउंटेनियरिंग कोई ज्यादा ना सोचता था ना सोचना चाहता था. तो he said, yes, I will send you. तो मैं गई, बेसिक कोर्स किया, सीखा कैसे एक्सपीडिशन प्लान करते हैं. वापस आई, अपने साथ के 7 और फ्रेंड्स को इकट्ठे किया. 4 boys 4 girls. We were all 17 18 years old. The youngest with us was 14 years old girl, क्योंकि उसकी जो बड़ी सिस्टर थी वो मेरी बेस्ट फ्रेंड थी और उसने बोला कि दीदी जा रही है तो मैं भी जाऊंगी. Had no idea कि खरदुंगला कहाँ है, साइकिल पे जाना है, अमृतसर से जाना है, कितने किलोमीटर है, क्या है, नो आइडिया. बट यस, द पेरेंट्स हैड फेथ इन मी. हम लोग सारे आपस में मिलते जुलते थे, फ्रेंड्स थे, तो पेरेंट्स had some amount of faith in me, trust in me, and I think that helped. And they said ठीक है, भावना जा रही है. उनको पता भी था कि ये करती है. I was into aero modeling, I was into gliding, I used to go flying, uh, I was into a lot of camps. So everybody, almost everybody knew me. सबके घर आते जाते थे, तो everyone said कि okay, भावना जा रही है, ठीक है, भावना ले जा. That kind of a confidence. And of course, thanks to the environment over there, कोई environment होता है ना, parents are very happy to know कि बच्चे बाहर जा रहे हैं, कुछ करेंगे, कुछ नया करेंगे, कुछ अलग करेंगे. तो they all agreed, ठीक है, चले जाओ. उसके बाद में हमने अब खुद ही इकट्ठे किए. सबसे पहले मेरे साथ एक और मेरा दोस्त आया, मनप्रीत. हम दोनों जाते थे, बहुत सारे साइकिल इंडस्ट्रीज में भी गए. रोटरी क्लब अमृतसर ने भी हमें कुछ पैसे दिए. दे स्टार्टेड फंडिंग अस, वी स्टार्टेड आस्किंग फॉर फंड्स एंड ऑल. कैसे कैसे करके फिर बजट बनाया, रूट्स चॉक आउट किया कि कौन सा रूट पकड़ेंगे, कितने किलोमीटर तक तकरीबन दिन में साइकिल चलाएंगे, कहाँ पे रुकेंगे रात को, कैसे करेंगे. वी कैरिड टेंट. सो व्हाट आई एम ट्राइंग टू से इज कि हम लोगों ने बहुत because of my training in the mountaineering institute, we were very comfortable planning an expedition, and ultimately 8 of us planned it. And और इसकी सबसे खास बात ये थी, सबसे खास बात, like what I'm trying to get at is कि हम लोग में से कोई लीडर नहीं था. Okay, I initiated it. फिर मनप्रीत के साथ में लग के हमने बहुत सारे फंड्स इकट्ठे किए. फिर सनी आ गया. सनी ने अप्रोच किया पंजाब पुलिस जलंधर में, वो अलग लेवल पे काम करता था. वहां से हमें फंडिंग मिली. उन्होंने करीब 25,000 रुपीज दिए. हमारा बजट 50,000 का था उस टाइम फॉर 8 ऑफ अस. एक्चुअली 10 सोचे थे, बट अल्टीमेटली 8 ऑफ अस वेंट. तो सनी आ गया. फिर उसके बाद में अंजू आ गई. अंजू सेड कि ठीक है, मैं खाना वाना मैं बना लूंगी. तो हम लोग सब कुछ अपने साइकिल के करियर पे लेके गए थे. अपना राशन, अपना स्टोव, अपना साइकिल रिपेयर किट. अमन आ गया. ही सेड कि हाँ ओके, आई नो हाउ टू रिपेयर द बाइसिकल्स एंड ऑल, तो मैं वो कर लूंगा, साइकिल रिपेयर किट वगैरह वो सब उसके भरोसे था. पंकज आ गया कि ओके, आई कैन लुक आफ्टर सिक्योरिटी पार्ट ऑफ इट. या ही वाज गुड विद टेंट्स एंड ऑल, तो हमने टेंट्स वगैरह साथ लेके गए थे कि जहां पे भी रात होगी टेंट गाड़ेंगे, सो जाएंगे, अगले दिन उठेंगे और चल देंगे. सो हमारी टीम में कोई लीडर नहीं था. सब अपना अपना काम अच्छे से जानते थे. तो बिना लीडर के भी काम चलता है, दोस्ती में सब ऐसे चलता है. तो व्हाई नॉट. सो इनिशियल 10 बैचेस को बोलते थे कि एक्सपेरिमेंटल बैचेस हैं. तो ना ये ना मतलब अब हमारे कंधों पे इतनी बड़ी जिम्मेदारी कि भाई ये एक्सपेरिमेंट ना सक्सेसफुल करना ही करना है. लेडीज हैव टू कम इन. तो क्या किया जाए, तो मतलब हर चीज के लिए वी हैड टू ब्रेक अ बैरियर. हर चीज के लिए हमको स्ट्रगल करना पड़ता था, प्रूव करना पड़ता था. एंड व्हाई नॉट, यू हैव एंटर्ड द मेल डोमिनेटेड एरिया. तो ऑब्वियसली आप बहुत सारे डाउट्स होंगे, बहुत सारे क्वेश्चंस होंगे, यार ये कर पाएगी कि नहीं कर पाएगी.
So thanks to our training also that they trained us well. They made us very confident. I'm so grateful that I have been selected into the Indian Air Force, and Indian Air Force gave us a lot of opportunities. So then a time came, you heard Tulika, and we've been together in the Everest expedition. I really appreciate this girl. She never gave up. 2011 when we couldn't submit, she went back and she fought her way out. So that's how it should be. So, okay. So that's how Tulika got over her part of sadness. Mine continued till 2015, I suppose. When in 2015, I could gather a team of around 9 women officers. We were 9 of us. And I planned a very, very difficult expedition, which nobody had ever done. Nobody could ever think of doing. And it had to be an all women expedition. Yes, I had a point to prove. I really wanted to prove that point. So we organized a expedition, bicycle expedition again, from Pathankot. We went into the lands which जहाँ पे कभी साइकिल नहीं गई थी. That is southeast part of Ladakh, very close to China border. Then we went to, it goes closer, short of 30 kilometers short of Leh. We turned right and then we went down. There's a place called Kiari, Chumathang, Neoma, Loma. Loma ke paas mein there is world's highest Met observatory. From there, and the altitude, of course, Manali ke baad se is 9,000 feet plus. So we went to Neoma. Neoma se Chushul. Chushul se Pangongso. Pangongso, I'm sure everyone knows now. Thanks to Three Idiots. So Pangongso. Pangongso se we crossed Changla Pass. And Changla Pass se we went up. We finished our expedition at top of Khardungla once again. So I visited Khardungla after 20 years. I have a small video. I can show you that video. I think all of you should see. There's some music also. We cycled around 400 kilometers where there was no road. And that was beyond 11,000 feet, of course. And the girls were super fit. It was a 30 days. This is what you're looking at is Rotang Pass. Rotang, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. That's Rotang Pass. Literally, we were in the clouds. I think only in dreams somebody can see something like this. It's unimaginable, so beautiful. That's Pangong. So, but nobody has ever seen this part of Pangong. So this is very close to China. It's just 3 kilometers short of China. This is where Pangongso part of India starts. We were so fit. This Pangongso is at 15,000 feet, and I'm sure nobody has seen this inside Pangongso. That's Khardungla. We're short of. I mean, we're just reaching the top. That was in year 2015. 2015. 14. Sorry. That was in 2014. So, ma'am, yes, around 32 days. We took around 32 days to do this. And then, may I continue? Yeah, okay. No, this is something very, very rare, which I have brought for you all to see. Again, thanks a lot to the Indian Air Force that they gave us the opportunity and the confidence to do it. So the second very uh, cherished expedition of mine is of Daulat Beg Oldie. How many of you have heard about Daulat Beg Oldie? Okay, I am all right with that because it is no, not your fault at all. It is not very much talked about place, and civilians certainly cannot go there. So again, I took the advantage of being in uniform. We had heard about Daulat Beg Oldie. It is the northernmost tip of our country. Karakoram Pass is the place. To the as we look at the map, to the east is Aksai Chin or China, and the western part is POK, and it's right in the middle of that. So maybe we can have a look at this expedition. This expedition, again, I was told that it is impossible. You cannot do it. Why it is so difficult is because the Shok River starts from there. Shok River, and the valley is so narrow that I don't know. I think it must not be even 1 kilometer wide. The valley is very very narrow, and पूरी valley में river flow करती है. The altitude is DBO का altitude is 16,500 feet. Then if we start from DBO, we cross a pass called Dipsangla Pass. Uska altitude is 18,000 feet. So you can imagine the water is freezing cold. वो बिल्कुल ग्लेशियर से पिघल के सीधा पानी इधर ही आता है. And it is freezing cold. Anybody, like we heard Tulika talking about frostbite. You people are aware what is frostbite? Okay, what happens is the extreme cold, when any body part is subject to extreme cold, the blood freezes there, the nerves, the tissue freezes there, and we know what happens to the vegetable if we put it in a freezer. What happens? It rots. Moment you bring it out, it's gone. Right? The same thing happens with the tissue. Moment you are out of it, the tissue rots, and then the particular part has to be amputated. So that's what frostbite is about. And we were told for sure, Bhavna, frostbite होगा. इतने ठंडे पानी में से निकल के आ रहे हो, and you are going to cycle for almost 200 kilometers into that kind of area. First day we had covered some 90 odd kilometers before we took a night halt. So 90 kilometers wading through those waters, कैसे? How will you survive? तो मतलब sure shot होना ही है. तो I said कि okay, I am a seasoned mountaineer. I know how to handle it. So it's a calculated risk we will take, and I can handle that. You need to have faith in me. तो उन्होंने बोला नहीं भावना, एक काम करो, तुम ना थॉइस से कर लो.
Thois is much short of Karakoram Pass to the western side. So I said, no, we have to do it from DBO. And I somehow I could convince my seniors again. And they sent me there. It was a team of 26 people now, all men. I was the only woman and the leader of the team. So I could prove it to them. It is not, you don't really have to fight it out. Like our previous speakers have told, already discussed. We don't really have to say it. We don't have to fight it. We don't have to prove it. Our actions speak louder than the words. And if we are able to convince with our actions, matlab, people know कि okay, so and so person is sincere. Out of their sincerity, honesty, it shows in your actions. And then, yeah, it was a natural choice. They said, okay, you go ahead, lead the team. So here's DBO. It is not in the movie is not in some particular order. I've just collected a lot of photographs and I'll keep telling you. This was again a 28 days expedition. We can have some music also. Can you lower the volume, please? This is approaching that DBO valley. This is Khardungla, of course. When we cross passes, we have to cycle at times for 18 hours. Maximum I've cycled is 18 hours, yes. Including night, including day. This is Chok Valley, the river. You can see that's the riverbed. These are some very, very rare photographs. Maybe you'll never ever get to see them. That's Chok. This was incidentally, ma'am, the first ever expedition, bicycle expedition to DBO. Nobody had ever gone there on bicycles. So we drew a straight line from DBO to Delhi. This is a straight line on the map. These are called Gata loops. For Baralachala, no, for Nakila. We visited some very, very beautiful places. We started from DBO, ended at Delhi. This is DBO, Daulat Beg Oldie. We have an advanced landing ground over there of Air Force. Ma'am, it's the northern post part of the country. Yes, ma'am. Karakoram Pass. 1,500 kilometers plus, ma'am.
कार मैम जाएगी. So again, we broke the ceiling over there, and this is something even army people used to say that it is not doable, and we did it. And after us, a couple of more expeditions have been there, so we paved the way. Third and last video I have of Mount Manerang. This is the highest peak in the Spiti Valley. This is for the first time. All three services women officers. We did this expedition, mountaineering expedition, and we were 15 of us. And the task which was given to us was to unfurl the national flag on 15th of August on top of this peak. So 15 of us, out of 15, 13 of us submitted the peak. So we can quickly have a look at this one as well. Very spirited women, and I must tell you, only okay, I'm not married, and there were two more women officers who were not married. The rest all were married with children, and look at their fitness. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Kunzumla Pass, this we went by vehicle only, ma'am. The trek that started was from the Mane village. This Kaza monastery. Amazing places. I think we all should try and go and visit places. Our country is so beautiful. This is Mane village where the trek started from. So this is the transit camp, 13,360 feet. The first day itself, we gained height of 3,000 feet. Beautiful. This is another beautiful lake over there. Yoga, yes. Yoga se hi hoga. That's the base camp, 15,000 feet. Acclimatization is the process we have to go through to be accustomed to lesser oxygen. That's the kind of traverse we did. After base camp, we all carry our own load on our backs. The porters are till base camp. Afternoons are always dicey because the rivulets fill up, difficult to cross. And the water is very cold. That's the last calling point. Beyond this, we did not get mobile connectivity. And every time before we start off with the serious climb beyond base camp, puja is a must. That's acknowledging the superpower and saying thank you for getting us here. This is Camp 1. That's the lone mountaineer. I found it very fascinating. This is a lot of scree on the way. I mean, it's like sand, quicksand, you know. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. A lot of stones were falling on us. Yes, ma'am. This is Camp 2. I think it was 18,000 feet. This is how it looked like from Camp 2. And there was a surprise waiting for us because beyond this dome was another climb which was hidden behind the dome. That's a camp 2 you can see in the background. This is our climb to summit camp. Look at the gradient. I mean, and we were all carrying weight more than 18 to 20 kgs on our back. And the mountains are very dicey. This is in the middle of night, around 2 o'clock in the morning, we started our ascent. This was quite a challenge for us because हमें पता नहीं होता कि weather window कब मिलेगी, मौसम तो नहीं खराब हो जाएगा, बारिश तो नहीं हो जाएगी, 15 अगस्त को झंडा लगाना ही लगाना है. तो that's the surprise. There's no dome, there is some more climb to be done. That's the summit. You can see the other hills around, they are lower than the mountain is. They are army, their formation flags, ma'am. This is the entire team, of course, at the summit camp. And of course, yes, ma'am. Very dangerous. Most of the accidents happen when people are coming down. Because one, there is no motivation. Second, you are tired. Third, you are hungry. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. People lose the balance most of the time. That's the base camp. All women's, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. No, the sole purpose of showing it, ma'am, is that let somebody be inspired. And yes, there's no doubt. There's no doubt that if we all plan and make up our mind that we want to do it, we can do it. Over to
It's
Jyotsna.
open for the commoners also, some not to this height or
No, ma'am, definitely there are mountaineering institutes in our country. There are 3 national level institutes, and there are some other private institutes also. And it is very heartening to see that a lot of girls go for their training. And not only this year I got to know that, you know about the Sherpas, the guides who, high altitude porters, they have made a group of women Sherpas in Leh. This year they have finally made it. So we are really, really busting the barriers, and we are really going ahead. And in case there are any children or any girls who are interested in doing these kind of courses, please guide them that there are several mountaineering institutes in the country, or you can send them to me. I'll tell them. But yes, it is only a confidence building exercise that we are trying to do. Jyotsna.
maybe to some extent it can be made as a part of your school or college curriculum also. It is like more like developing the inner strength and working towards the goal.
Yes, ma'am.
Examination and other thing.
NCC is already doing it, ma'am.
NCC.
Provided children leave their mobiles these days and go out in the field and play. Then only they'll get to know what's happening. But no, definitely there are a lot of youngsters who are going out and doing these courses. And the institutions also. One is Himalayan Institute of Mountaineering in Darjeeling. There is one more, Nehru Institute of Mountaineering in Uttarkashi. There is a Western Himalayan Institute of Mountaineering in Manali, the Abhimas. You saw that, ma'am. And these are the institutes which carry out good mountaineering activity. We have Indian Mountaineering Foundation right here in Delhi. Children can go there. You can get to know more about them. Then there are a lot of private players who have come up, who have got trained in these institutes, and they conduct a lot of treks all over the Himalayas these days. And everything, you can find it on the net. There are some easy treks, there are some difficult treks. This what I showed you is hardcore mountaineering. You can graduate to that if you wish to. But yes, the bottom line is that you must get trained. You must get trained and trained well, because mountains are unforgiving. They are very, very challenging. They are very dicey. All these photographs and all, they look very nice, yes, but there is a lot of challenge out there. And yes, ma'am.
Things become very tough in the mountains, and आप जाते हैं तो और कितना ऊपर पानी पर
Yes, ma'am. Those are mountain hazards. They can come anytime, ma'am. Yes. I remember I had done a trek near Rohtang, and we were like crossing Rohtang and coming on to the other side. I got hypothermia at 13,500. Hypothermia can happen. These are mountain hazards. So that's why it's very important to be trained, and so that you can counter whatever dangers are there, whatever mountain hazards are there, mountain sickness is there. Training is very important.
Jai. That's a movie. That's a movie. Jai. So they were going to get that. This is the can go. Maybe we can also go.
Yes, of course, ma'am. Of course. But yes, with some fitness, some training, some preparation. Yes, ma'am. But more than that, the mental strength.
Great thing. And you are what is it? Cycling or the mountain climbing?
I became a mountaineer because I wanted to cycle. I wanted to do that. Jalandhar to Gardungla expedition. So that's why. I don't know whether I'm a cyclist first or a mountaineer first, but then it's intertwined. And yes, ma'am. And like everyone knows now what they are good at, or I take this as my payback to the Indian Air Force. They've really nurtured me. They've given me so much of opportunity. Who pays you to go to mountains? Or, it's like a temporary duty. We are sent on temporary duty for that. So which organization pays you to go to the mountain, go cycling, ek mahina bahar raho? Who does it? So really thankful to Indian Air Force, and really thankful that today I'm sitting here talking to you all, fantastic, wonderful people, and sharing something which you didn't know. We have another accomplished officer here with us, Jyotsna.
Thanks, ma'am. Indian Air Force का जो time slot था, it's almost up, but I'm going to take that little time. Someone here just said, ये तो देखते ही डर लग रहा है. Who is that? देखने में भी डर लग रहा है? Yeah, you're right. And in fact, when the lady talked about base camp and then reaching the peak, base camp तक पहुंचना भी आसान नहीं है. And Bam is talking about mountains, but all of us have different challenges in our life. Climbing a mountain is a physical mountain. There are other mountains we tend to reach base camp and summit So in life, if you even reach base camp in a lot of cases, that's a whole lot of work done and a lot of success. So, Kena, you mentioned that families are also watching us. So that means kids as well, or just spouses?
Mostly the spouses.
All right. Nevertheless, so if the spouse gets motivated, it's a direct motivation for the child. I'm sure it gets passed on. That's what we're talking about, women leadership here. I'm Wing Commander Jyotsna Renu, commissioned in 2003 in the administration branch, followed by a 10-year stint in air traffic controlling. I know it sounds completely 180 degrees. Where is administration? Where is air traffic controlling? But that's where I'll get to the beauty of Indian Air Force. And 10 years into service, I shifted to the JAG branch. I'm a law qualified officer, so I went into JAG. That's the Judge Advocate General, the legal branch, where court marshalling people is one of the things that we do. Discipline is our stake. So I see a lot of surprise faces. So yes, Fauj, maybe discipline issues hote hain. We have offenses, then we have ways of taking care of that. So that is as far as my commission service goes. A little about my background. I'm a complete Delhi girl, born and brought up here in Delhi. I've done my entire schooling from Air Force Bal Bharti, not because I had a military background. In fact, I'll come to that in a little while, because it was one of the best schools at the time. Even now, it is one of the best schools in Delhi. All 12 years I was in that school. And that's probably where I was, that initial touch of the Indian Air Force is courtesy my education. Most of our teachers were wives of serving and retired Air Force officers. Most of my, the students, my classmates growing up, were also from the Air Force, whether it be from the airmen or the officers, a few from the civil services and a few from, private parents who were into private business. So that is where I got the, that little, like ma'am has been using the word kida. So I'll stick to that, the kida about the Indian Air Force. Though surprisingly, I had no love for flying, I'll be very honest. It was not that I wanted to be a pilot or I wanted to fly and things like that. Nothing like that. Because it was about the blues. Incidentally, my own uniform has always been this throughout school. So I'm probably going to, wear this till the day I serve at the very least. So that's how my journey into the Air Force started. By not liking the idea of flying and yet joining the Indian Air Force in the admin branch. So having been born and brought up in Delhi in a relatively conservative joint family, so parents highly educated. And when I say joint family, I'm talking about my uncle who was a serving IAS. Dad was a very senior criminal lawyer, very highly educated. But when I say conservative, I'm going back to, the 90s where girls in military, what are you even talking about? It was, I won't say unheard of, it was only heard of. It was not happening to anyone around me. It was not happening to anyone in my family, my extended family. In fact, I was the first girl to even venture out and work. Women at that time, my family didn't work. It was something... what are you talking about? I mean, how do you fathom such things? It was a given that, you are going to get educated, which meant BA to karna hai. And then, the natural course, you're going to get married. So probably because God has blessed me with, or maybe in some cases cursed me with this, I have to be the first, whether it's by choice or by default. So I landed up being the first girl in my entire family, extended family included. And no offense, any Jats here? Okay, so I'm from one of the most conservative Jat families possible. And if you know what I'm talking about. So I was the first in my entire khandan, so to speak, who was working. And what work? I went straight into the military. I didn't even stop it. Okay, I was teaching or something which was acceptable at best, I went straight into the military. So what happens when I reach the military? Ma'am's talked about the leadership aspect and how women are born leaders. But why this women leadership conclave and not just leadership conclave is because as a leader, what you are expected to do, what you do, and the trials and tribulations and the limitations that you face, you will face as a man as well. But being a woman, let's just add on a little more. Let's just extrapolate. There's that much more because there's more variety to it. So anyway, I was thrown into this first again. I happen to be the first Academy Cadet Adjutant in the Indian Air Force, which is at the Air Force Academy in Dundigal. Now I'll tell you why it's a big deal. You have some hundreds of cadets from all walks of life, all branches. And there is that one person who's supposed to be the Dandapal of sorts. I was also a cadet. I was also there for training. But that Dandapal is supposed to keep them all in check. So I was, again, by luck, default, I was the first ACA. And that is when this started. That, I have to do better than the guy who was the ACA before me. I have to do this extra. I have to put in more effort. I have to run faster. I have to jump higher. I have to swim faster. I have to write faster. My scores have to be better. Not my best or the best, better. See, that is one problem that we create for ourselves. More about that later. After that, I got commissioned, went into the air traffic controlling branch. Again, almost the first, because, initially we had women officers in ATC and FC, which is air traffic controlling and fighter controlling. They stopped for a little while. And by the time I went and became a cadet and I was close to commissioning, they restarted. So we were again the first course, which had to go back to, though you are primarily administration, we had to go into operations, which is completely different. There your first again goes. We were also the first batch wherein, short service commission used to be a 5-year stint. When ma'am joined, the minimum was a 5-year, which got extendable to 6 and then total of 14. Anyway, we were the first batch which was commissioned with a minimum 10 years service. So 10 years is obviously a bigger commitment as far as your life and career goes than a 5-year, wherein you have the option to change after the 5 years. Anyway, first into the 10 years thing. Again, you adapt, you change. Couple of years down the line in controlling, like ma'am said, Air Force gives you a lot of opportunities. It's just about you taking them and making the best out of it. You know how life gives you lemons? What do? No, you have it with tequila, you make lemonade, you put it in paneer, there's so much you can do. The idea is what you take from it and what you finally do about it. So anyway, I probably made lemonades. So I got into, apart from this job of mine, I became the Indian Air Force commentator, where we have voiceovers and we have the Air Force Day Parade, we have the, the President Fleet Review. Again, I won't say 180, but a lot was added into the pool. So you take it on. And again, the same thing. You want to do it better than the next guy. You want to do it better than all the guys, so to speak. So there was the commentator. After that, again, shift. I went into the legal branch this time. Of course, I was a qualified lawyer when I joined the service, and we would do little odd legal duties along with the operational work. Went into the JAG branch. Now, what are we doing? Again, the same, being thrust into being the first woman officer to be in the JAG branch for the Indian Air Force. Again, we have to prove a point. We have to be better. So what do? You put in those extra hours, which are coming out of obviously your other family commitments. And I'm not going to talk about that. We've had speakers talk about, how we have family issues to take care of. We have to bring up children, their education, and we have to handle that. That part has been covered. And it's established today here that that's a given. We can manage all that. So anyway, we get into this, shifting into JAG branch, being the first woman officer, therefore having to set standards. Again, push yourself to that limit. What else? Do you think any more firsts would have happened after that? I don't know. I've stopped counting. The point I'm trying to make is that every time there is a shift in your circumstances, whether it is, work, your profession, your family, your personal, it is what you make out of it. And a lot of what people have spoken about here has been about the attitude that you have. Ma'am has talked about climbing mountains. When someone said that even looking at it is scaring him. Nice that I heard it from a man. But I'm telling you, it is scary. Whatever they've done, it is scary. Not only to look at, even when you're experiencing it, it is very scary. It's extremely, extremely dangerous. So, notwithstanding that, it is your attitude in life ultimately, whether you're a guy or a girl, male, female, it is your attitude and what you finally land up doing with it. So, with that, any questions? Oh, but I'll tell you one more thing. Since ma'am talked about adventure, we have our own adventures, I mean, like ma'am climbed a mountain and she cycled, 1,500, 1,300 kilometers. You will have your own set of adventures. Everyone does not really have to climb a mountain for that. I didn't know that I had a fear of heights. When you join the Air Force, you have a medical and everything, but the medical is about your physical condition. It's a condition, right? Fear of heights. What is it called? We're all a consensus. That's what it's called. I had no idea I suffered from it. Till, we have these mandatory jumps wherein you have to jump into the swimming pool from a board. We have these dive boards. So 7 meters was at that time passing for the women cadets and 10 meters for the male cadets. But hamara wohi problem na? We want to prove. We don't have to prove we're good enough when it's swimming. You can jump. You jump from 4 meters, you can jump from 10. Anyway. So you go up on the 10-meter board.
Thankfully, it was 10 meters for us.
Yes. Yes.
Thankfully, I would say.
Thankfully.
It's very demeaning when they tell you, okay, you're a woman, you jump from 7 and men from 10. Why?
So anyway, like ma'am said, thankfully, in jumps, unlike running, you see, across the globe, you have your Olympics, you have your women, you have your male. That is a different concept altogether. But when you're jumping from a height, when you're jumping into the unknown, when you're jumping into, you don't know what's going to happen, height is irrelevant and gender most certainly is irrelevant. I think we'll all either come out or go right in. So anyway, we decided, hame to 10-meter board se hi kudna hai, trying to make a point. So standing there at 10 meters, and 10 meters is a lot of height. When you come down to it, that is when I realized I suffered from a condition and I had no idea. So this is the first, week of trying, then about a month of trying. After that, every time we had a swimming session, I would start my swimming, going up that 10-meter board and jumping. To the extent it didn't stop there. I felt that 10-meter board is not proving a point. I went and I did para jumps. So, when people talk about I'm a pilot and I fly and it is a fantastic experience, you must always tell them, have you done your jumps? Because unless you've really jumped, you've never really flown. Whether it is a static line or it is a free fall. So anyway, I went and I did my jumps as well, just to prove to myself, and of course, get over the fear of heights and all that is separate. But just to prove to myself that I could. Unfortunately, there was a part that I was proving to others that being a woman also, I can. I mean, having reached this seniority and this age, now I realize futile. It really is not required. Because what you can, gender being irrelevant, and we always push ourselves to work that extra hour. We always push ourselves to, prove we're more worthy and professional just because we feel that there is a need to. Yes, there is a glass ceiling, but that glass ceiling is where you expect and when you want it to be. It can be very high. It can stop you right here. So whether it's a perceived one or not, yes, it does exist. Having said that, I will open the house for questions because this is a never-ending kind of a conversation. The house is open. Any questions for ma'am or me? Please go ahead. See, this is called time over target. We're almost done here. Yeah, so Daulat Beg Goldia, just one more information. It is an extremely strategic landing ground for us. So that being said, it's very scary to go there. It's a challenge to get there. But even In the Air Force parlance, it's an extremely strategic ground. And to be that close to an adversary nation and to cycle there is one of the points that, one of the very strong points that you drive back home. Yeah.
So in fact, we had to wait for 2 days to get permission from the military intelligence to start even walking towards DBO. So it's that kind of a place. That's why I don't really question you when when you say you don't know what Daulat Beg Oldie is. But now you know what Daulat Beg Oldie is. So you can go and Google it now. Yes, we have been planning. God willing, it will come through. We would, now that we have established ourselves as mountaineers, we have enough experience. You see, there is something which always tickles our mind, that foreigners came, climbed our mountains. At times, they didn't even climb our mountains, gave their name to our mountains and went back. Let's start climbing the unclimbed and name them ourselves. That's the aim. God willing, it will come through. It will come through very soon. Thank you for asking that.
Bhavna Mehra, Group Captain Bhavna Mehra, and she's Jyotsna Renu, Wing Commander in Jyotsna Renu. So this was the last session. And from all of us here, I extend a very warm welcome to our Director HR, Shri D.K. Patel sir, who has really taken time out from his so very busy schedule and wanted to interact with all of us here on this in this leadership conclave, the fourth leadership conclave. So this is the fourth in the series, started from 2020. And so today we had 3 guest speakers before lunch. Dr. Vinita Singh Sahai, she is Director, IIM Bodh Gaya, and Ms. Pratyaksha Sinha, CGM PG Style Finance. From the author, as author, we had invited her. She has written 12 books. Then Squadron Leader Tulika Rani. She has she was in the forces, and then she has climbed mountains, Mount Everest and 24 peaks. And she is G20 ambassador for UP. वो सब भी बताया था उन्होंने. So very inspirational speeches, all those 3. And presently we had a session from our distinguished speakers from the Air Force. Very motivational. It just now after lunch, this session was there. She shared the videos also of her cycling expedition to really risky areas. Like people commented, she was saying, even the men are saying, dekh ke dar lag raha. And mountains also she has climbed. So both of them have shared their life experiences, and the sessions have been really great. And after this, we'll be having another session, which will be drum circles, exercise sort of thing. So I'll request sir to address us, interact with the women leaders in this leadership conclave.
Yes, thank you, madam. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Our esteemed guest and speakers on this 4th Women's Day conclave of NTPC, Director from IIM Bodh Gaya, Madam Sahaya, Madam Tulika Rani. We are really fortunate to have such eminent personality, Madam Pratyaksha, Madam Bhavna, Madam Renu, my colleague, Madam Rachana Bal, and all the dear participants. It really gives me immense pleasure and privilege that I am part of this 4th NTPC Women Leadership Conference. Actually, the first was started when I was about to take charge. And the first was on 2020, that was the first. So it is really a compliment PMI that they have started this conclave in NTPC. I think Anna was associated in the beginning, this is the first conclave. I remember, if I remember correctly. He was there. And we had been celebrating it every year. And my compliments to PMI that they are able to rope in such eminent personalities, actually, of high acclaimed, national acclaimed, whether it is in the field of sports or in the academics or in the they are been able to rope in or eminent personalities from Defense, Air Force. It is really a pleasure. The actually interaction with them provide a lot of inspiration, and we from NTPC offer our sincere compliments to you. Sincere compliments to you. So the EPC, defense is considered the most toughest job, isn't it? The defense is considered the most toughest job. And they are our women, they are so successful. Then why not in other fields? Why not in other fields? EPC, our core business is thermal. Our core business is thermal, and it is going to be there in the times to come also. In the times to come also. And EPC, the representation of women, it was slightly less compared to other PSUs. Actually, we had a detailed committee, we had formed a constituted committee to find out ways and means. I think in Madam Rachna Bhalo was there, Kena was also there. During that time, we had a constituted committee, and we had Shobha Madam was also there. But that was when after I took over charge, maybe in October, November 2020. At that time, we had constituted committee. There had several round of interactions. They had interacted with our employees, and we had there also discussed with many women leaders of other PSCs also. And they had come out with their recommendations. So we have implemented some of the recommendations also. Actually, we are truly, NTPC is a progressive organization. I am not boasting, but definitely our HR practices and policies that is being acclaimed, not only at the national level, but at the international level also. We have been the recipients of SHRM award. We have been the recipients of that Forbes award in 2020. Of course, in 2021-22, none of the PSU in NTPC in India could enter into that, but that is very limited. That is Forbes award. But as a PSU, we were the top ranker in 2020. Our rank was world over. Our rank was 262. And if you see the ATD award, Association of Talent Development Award, we have been receiving it for the sixth time. This year. So our people practices are recognized world over, and as a progressive organization, we truly believe in diversity. We want to promote gender diversity. We want to promote. We are taking all. We want to take all the steps, but we have that basic inherent problems. EPC, as I was telling, our core business is thermal. So naturally, our plants are located in a very remote parts of the country. Very remote parts of the country, mostly in the eastern region like Jharkhand or Chhattisgarh or Odisha. Some are Naxal affected also. And secondly, naturally, in thermal plants, it is. I will not say it is hazardous, but definitely we have to give utmost importance to safety and particularly security of the women. We have to. Those engineers who are working there, they have to go to the boiler drum area. They have to enter the boilers, and so many things are there. They have most of our employees, at least 25% of our workforce, they goes in shift. Such type of things are there. So naturally, women were not coming to not joining during our time. Normally, very few women engineers are coming forward, and our is engineering-based organization. So whatever women representation was there was in the service function, whether it is medical, HR, finance, and even if the engineers they were preferring to get posted in areas like C&M or MTP or EMG or commercial, something like that. Engineers. That was a challenge for us. So the committee discussed about all those aspects, the practical aspects they had discussed actually, and how we can really, instead of giving some theoretical suggestions, they had gone into the depth, understood our nature of business and giving some good recommendations. And that we are actually following in true sense. As a result, our women percentage of women employees have increased. I will not say substantially, but definitely it is satisfactory level, and in the time to come, it is going to increase further also. And many of you may be aware that we are the first PSU who have gone for a special women ET for the first time. Last year we had gone for that. We had taken 50 women executives. 50 women executives. And in the advertisement itself, it was a condition that they have to work in the projects only, and that's twinship. Because you don't want to take somebody who is not willing to work in that situations, and subsequently she may not like. So at the advertisement itself, so that who are ready to embrace those challenges, embrace those difficulties, they only apply, and it is very good that with substantial number of women executives have joined. And after that also, in 2021 batch, And even now we are going for the GATE 2020 batch. Substantial number of women executives have joined. Substantially. Recently, actually, I had visited Solapur. Yesterday only I came back. Day before yesterday, I had an interaction with the women executives who were posted in Solapur. I had a detailed interaction with all of them. And I was really quite overwhelmed seeing their response. I was really delighted to see their response. They are ready to take challenges. They have in fact saved many tapings also. Actually, they got regularized only in August 2022. We recruited them the first batch in July and August 2021. They got regularized after in 6 months. But they are ready to take the entire units through women only. Of course, we don't want to create records. We want to truly promote. Instead of promoting that type of records, we want to really promote the gender equality. We are not going for records, but definitely the percentage of women executives in operations in the days to come will increase. At present, the shift operation is permitted only in 2 states, in 2 states, that is in Andhra Pradesh and Maharashtra. We are taken up with the Chief Secretary level at all other states. Many states are coming forward, and very soon many other states will be allowing them. Of course, now some states have already allowed, but there are certain conditions, the terms and conditions we are taking up. That to promote true gender equality, there should not be any special dispensation. Although it is going to be counterproductive. It is going to be counterproductive. It will not be in true sense promoting gender equality. We are taken up, and we are having discussion, and gradually many other states they will be allowing to parking up women in shift in plants in boilers. So we can go for further larger group of women executives, and we go for subsequent batches also, provided that is done. And the feedback I took from their reporting officer, their head of O&M or head of project, I took separate feedback, not in front of them, and they were really satisfied. It was really because that decision has been paid up. Actually, initially we are also apprehensive how it will proceed. But I'm really delighted after interacting with them, taking their feedback in person. I'm really delighted. And see, and in NTPC, we take special steps. We take special steps. In 2 sense, we want to promote gender diversity. Therefore, we have taken several steps, whether it is flexi hours, it is paid child care leave. We are quite liberal in promoting sabbatical also, in case there is some genuine problem. And then quarterly leaves also that we introduced recently. These are some of the steps we have taken. But having said that, since many young our executives are also women executives there also. See, being women, we should not ask for any special dispensation. We should not ask for any special dispensation. That is possible. That is possible. I have seen women executives working in a boiler maintenance. They independently entered the boiler for tube leakage or anything. They were independently. I have seen that, and they are in NTPC. They are quite successful. And if I come to HR, in HR normally, if you see that dealing with external stakeholders, particularly the Gaonwala's case, then dealing the industrial relations situation, contract labor, these are considered as the top job for the women. But when I was HR, I particularly assigned those responsibilities to them to handle them independently, and they have done wonders. They have done a very good job. So it is basically mindset. It is only a mindset from both these sides. Unless from the management side or from the reporting officer side, unless I assign some special responsibility to them. If I have trust on them, then definitely they will come forward and deliver wonders. So it is a mindset we need to change. That's the main thing. Mindset. Second thing, from the women's side also, there should not be any inhibitions. There are many examples. There should not be any inhibitions to take up challenging assignment, and automatically it can be done. I understand there may be some special something special being women, like that. I was telling that we should be very liberal in child care leave or something like that. That we will be doing. And flexi time, something that type of dispensation will be giving. But at the same time, beyond that, nobody ever thought that yes, being a woman, I should have a special dispensation. Then only we can promote gender diversity in the true sense. isn't it? I'm sure you must have heard from such eminent personalities. Such eminent personalities, as Madam was telling, they've been invited from the academics, none less than the director of IIM Bodhgaya, CGM Finance from PGCL, who herself has authored several books. Then in the field of sports, someone who has climbed Mount Everest, being a woman. And most importantly, from the field of defense. And again, I'm repeating, in defense बोलने से थोड़ा सा हमारा mindset रहता है, how many? That is the toughest job. So why not in NTPC? My sincere thanks to all the eminent speakers who have joined here, and my thanks to Madam Rachana and PMI's team also. They could rope in such eminent personality for this today's conclave. I'm really sorry that I could not. My time was at 3:30. I could not join because you may be aware that for asset monetization we are going, and today was the date, and again I may have to go now. That's why. But I thought that I should come and meet personally, and take maybe 5-10 minutes something queries or any suggestions. Again, my suggestions are always I believe in the ground reality. The suggestions should be practical and implementable. Suggestions should be practical and implementable. I'm sure Madam must have shared the other steps that we have taken, the other steps that we have taken, including they had also suggested for removing interview also, isn't it? That was one of the recommendations during the induction level. That was there, and that also we have done. We have removed interviews so that more women candidates can join. There should not be any biasness based on written tests that you are taking, so that even if there is some biasness, that can be completely eliminated. That's why we have removed that. At least in the induction level, we have removed that. So I will solicit some suggestions, feedback, how we can promote further, so that we can enhance we can further promote the gender diversity. And NTPC, believe me, NTPC in true sense, being a responsible corporate citizen, is ready to take any steps to enhance inclusiveness and gender diversity. Thank you. Thanks to all. Again, I'm really feel privileged that I could interact, although for a very brief period, with all of you. And my sincere thanks to all the external speakers in today's conclave. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. So your very presence is very motivating and encouraging for us. You have led Team NTPC from the front, which comprises of all the men, women, families coming together and serving the cause of the nation. So thank you very much for showing us the way forward. I think this is a good moment to request sir to kindly felicitate our guests on behalf of Team NTPC. So I request Honorable Director sir to felicitate Wing Commander Jyotsna Renu and Group Captain Bhavna Mehra with a green. So this is just a small planta as a token of appreciation from our side. It's slightly heavy, so please do take care of yourself while you bring it up here. Team NTPC is indebted to you, dear guests, for gracing the occasion today. And we look forward to hearing from you very often. Whatever you've shared with us in your journey is precious. Yes, I request Rachna Madam to felicitate our guests with, again, a very small token of love from our side. Thank you very much, Captain Bhavna Mehra. I request DHR sir to felicitate Wing Commander Jyotsna Renu with this green sapling. And I request Rachna ma'am to felicitate Jyotsna ma'am with a token of appreciation. That's a little stole from our side. Thank you. And of course, on behalf of all of us present over here, the women fraternity of NTPC Limited, I request Rachna ma'am to please felicitate sir with us, just a green welcome from our side from the core of our heart. This. सर भारतवर्ष में वो परंपरा है ना कि हम गंगा से पानी निकालकर गंगा को ही अर्पित कर देते हैं, तो बस उसी का निर्वहन कर रहे हैं. So this is from entire team NTPC fraternity, the women fraternity, the leadership. Thank you for guiding us the way forward and supporting us in every which way. I request everybody to gather in the lobby for a cake cutting ceremony and a group photograph. Acha, theek. Okay, before that,
Any queries, any issues you would like to address or any suggestions? So this is the moment. So we are also connected.
No, but one thing, particularly for the new joinees, new interns, definitely we'll be putting you at the tougher location first, because this is the time you should get accustomed to those type of locations. Okay.
Already the HRETs.
HRETs में I'll post so far HRET concern. We'll try to post you in the areas like contract labor, dealing with contract labor, industrial relations, है ना. Then even R&R also in that R&R shifting of village, interacting with villagers, our stakeholders, will post all of you there first initial. But that exposure will be really needed to you. And subsequently, after working there maybe for 3, 4, 5 years, we can post you know the core HR strategies, or HR policies, or HRD, or PMS, or something like that. That I am planning actually. And during this training also, whenever there is opportunity, because now fortunately a lot of opportunities there now, the recruitment is taking place for the next batch. Will get you involved. I think they have taken the training of you, no? Now maybe from tomorrow or day after tomorrow, this will be real learning, but in the ground level learning. Then maybe you all of us are aware about the DPS announcement. Whenever there is some decisions or something like that, you will be put in with the that role also. For maybe if you involve all of them, it will take 4 to 5 days only. You will be involved in there, so that you will learn the hardcore roles from the beginning itself. और किसी का कोई specific query है तो they can ask us. Any suggestions? How can we promote further? And we will be soliciting guidance from our external speaker also, because they are the right persons to guide us what army or the air force is doing. Okay, so be frank. What?
Yes, any one of you, please go ahead. I know this is the moment because ऐसे बहुत कम ऐसे rare opportunities आप लोगों को हम सबको मिलती है इस तरह से बात करने के लिए, संवाद करने के लिए. Anyone, go ahead.
And see, like Sir had said, don't be afraid of going to far-flung areas. We know that your units are at very, very far off distances, cut off from the mainland. But those areas have their beauty of their own. Enjoy that. Make the best out of it. Okay, you are away from the family. So why don't you look at it this way, that much of lesser responsibility you have to take on, right? So that's the time you've got to yourself. Stop feeling guilty about it, that you are not with the family, you are not doing your bit for the family. It's all right. Your family has sent you. They accept you the way you are. So please accept your own self the way you are. Be kind to yourself. Enjoy the place and don't feel guilty about it. Please don't.
Right. Madam has further lucidly explained the rationale, the way you should choose the remote project. At least during the initial year. During the initial year, it will be better.
Not.
Yeah.
Why not? You've got this opportunity. Use it.
Everybody is shy to open up. But anyhow, if there is any suggestion, feedback, then you can give to Madam, because you are here for some more time. And others also, if there is any suggestions. And okay, okay.
That we could share.
ठीक है, that is good. अच्छा, all the projects are connected. Okay, good. ठीक है, good. That is only one way. ना? Okay. ठीक है, तो There is no query. Actually, I'm sure there are many queries and suggestions and feedbacks, but it is, I understand it is very difficult to open up. है ना, नॉर्मली ये होता है कि फोरम में जो बात करते हैं इनफॉर्मली, सपोज यू आर हैविंग द मोमेंट ये फॉर्मल के कनोटेशन आ जाता है, तो नॉर्मली वी फील सैड टू ओपन अप नॉर्मली. So if there is any suggestions, then you can give to Madam Rachana also. Not only the it, others also. You can give any suggestions. And we are there. See, if you see in our culture, normally we are quite flexible. We are quite flexible. We don't have a rigid people practices. Always we keep on changing. If you see any PSP, whether it is recruitment or it is PMS or our career growth or the welfare practice, we are quite flexible. We keep on changing, modifying our policy. Actually, that is a flexibility in PSU, and we are using to the full extent. Only thing is that you should not violate any DP or DUPT guidelines. That is the only constant. And within that, we are quite flexible. We are quite flexible. Every year, we keep on amending our people practices based on the suggestions, feedbacks we receive through different forums. We keep on changing. So, if there are any suggestions, you can give informally. You can give informally too. But thoda sa khali mein brief introduction I have forgotten. Only one second. I will take 5 minutes only. Starting from Kena, I know next. Name और अभी कहाँ पे हैं?
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Rosalind.
Formalities. Is the name and very.
Sir, I am Rosalind Pradhan and I am ETHR. Sir, I am Rosalind Pradhan and I am in ETHR. I am from Odisha and posted at Kehelgaon, Bihar. Thank you, sir.
So I'm Blessy Jason, ETHR. I'm posted at Kania, Odisha. So my name is Anam Khan and I'm posted. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. 2 months there, sir. Yes, sir. We're 2 months. Sir, and I'm posted at Kehelgaon, Bihar.
So my name is Prajata Khalko. I'm from Jati, Jharkhand. I'm posted at Kurgi right now.
So I'm Sangeeta from Hyderabad, sir. I'm posted in Bongaigaon, Assam.
Sir, I'm Pragya Priyadarshini and I'm from Odisha. I've been posted as an ETHR in Ramagundam, Telangana.
Sir, I'm Ankita Shukla, coming from Gorakhpur, Uttar Pradesh, and I have been posted in Darlipalli, Odisha as an ETHR.
I'm Kavya, sir, from Hyderabad, and I have ET operations, and our classroom training was at Korba. Posting place is not yet decided. No, sir, we are from extended batch, so it will be soon. Yeah.
So my name is
Deciding that by tomorrow. कल तक posting order निकालेंगे. ठीक.
So my name is Pooja Bodkar and I am from Balaghat, Madhya Pradesh and ET operation.
I'm Akriti Keshri. I'm from Mirzapur, UP. I'm ETHR. I am currently posted at Culture Kania, Odisha. Thank you. Hello, I'm Lopamudra Das from Bhubaneswar, Odisha, and I'm ET Finance, currently posted at Kawas, Gujarat.
So my name is Tabin Afaq. I'm currently posted at Corporate Communication at SCO.
Geeta Singh, Associate PMI.
I'm Shalini Dubesa and posted at Corporate Fuel Management.
I'm Dr. Sabina Naz Malik. I have joined as an executive hydrogen in Netra.
Recently joined किए? Last month only.
Yeah, January only.
So my name is Manila Kumari. I'm a senior manager at business development.
Sir, मैं कल्पना बाशु इंजीनियरिंग IT में ज्वाइन किया हूँ.
Renu Sareen, AGM LVVI. Myself, Neeru Maheshwari from Finance Budget.
Sangeeta Srivastava from Vigilance Department, Corporate Center.
I am Madhu from PMI.
So I'm Lipsa Sahu. Basically, I'm from Puri, Odisha. And I'm posted in BRBCL, Bihar as an ETHM. Thank you.
So my name is Simran. I'm posted at Rihan, UP.
But the true sense में अगर हमने we think that we are promoting gender diversity, then everybody should like the what feedback I received at Kolhapur. I want that type of feedback should come from the head of project or the concerned departmental lead. Okay? Then only we'll see that that steps that we have taken in NTPC, then only I will feel satisfied. Yes, it is in the right direction. Okay? जहाँ पे भी आप लोग post हुए whether it is Kania or Kurgi or BRBCL, the feedback should come from the head of project or the concerned departmental heads. Yes, they are doing wonderful. That will be the our and no request for transfer should come. Then, no request for transfer either to a different location or different section or department should come. Whatever area is being assigned, if you are deciding that successfully, there should not be any special dispensation. Then only it is in gender diversity in the true sense. I am sure it will be there in the NTPC. Based on my feedbacks during past few months, and as well as it is further my belief is strengthened after my introduction at the Solapur. Thank you. My best wishes to all of you. Thank you. And again, my sincere thanks, Madam, for you for sparing time. Thank you. Thanks a
I
lot.
request the guest of honor and the chief guest for the day, Director Sir, to please join for the cake cutting ceremony.
हाँ,
We can
but
have
कहना
all
थोड़ा सा जल्दी करेंगे
जी,
क्योंकि ये पर जाना पड़ेगा है ना?
Yes, sir. Yes.
थोड़ा जल्दी करेंगे कहना है
Bhavna ma'am.
आइए ये वाला थोड़ा सा वो ये तो अपनी गाड़ी में जो ना गोरा वाला बस ये सब ले जा
उनके बारे में सर नहीं पता हमें। वो गिटार आपका रखा था। हेलो 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 हेलो। हाँ सही है। हाँ? Check, check, check. Blue, blue. हाँ कर दिया होगा। Check. ये अंदर यहाँ पे मैं ये स्पीकर नहीं लग सकता, कर दिया उन्होंने, क्या बात है, वो कर दिया उन्होंने। चेक चेक, हेलो, ये इधर स्पीकर नहीं लग सकता, इसमें नहीं आएगा। मेरा भी ड्रामा था ना, वो वही छूट गया। हाँ वही बैग वही हो।
I've taken.
Drums.
Yeah, I've taken that.
आवाज चेक करना एक बारी। रजा भाई आवाज चेक करना। आवाज चेक कर लेना एक बारी।
चलो उसने कौन सा अपने मोबाइल के ऐसे रख के चल रहे क्या ले कोई देख नहीं जाएगा ना मिस्टेक हो जाएगा तो मान लो अच्छा इसी के आपका बताओ अच्छा काम से जी सरस्वती अरे पानी है वहाँ पे ना पी के जाऊँ नहीं चलिए पानी कॉफी बहुत अच्छा है मेरा गाना 3 का बॉटल मैंने लिया था और उस टाइम शुरू में आया था 5 का तो उस टाइम में ना मेटल का ढक्कन था और वो ना कुछ दिन बाद रस पूरा रस जाता प्लास्टिक है मैं जा रहे हो क्या नहीं वो ड्रम से चलो मैं ड्रम बजाने चलो इतना जाकर पिला दिया जाने हाँ ना मेहनत कर लेते थोड़ा सा ड्रम बजा के जाते इतना खिलाया मुझे तो वहाँ चलेंगे ड्रमस्टिक वाले में ड्रम वाले वही चलते हैं बैंड नहीं आई थी बट यू हैव रिड्यूस रचना तुम्हारा रेट कम हुआ है यस नहीं
but you have writing your face and all this looking. It must be looking tired and Ajit ka. नहीं नहीं अजीब नहीं लग रहा है. Like it's a bit trimmed, उसके ज्यादा ही सेंसिटिव मेरे को ड्रैग किया रिफ्लेक्ट के
आप सबको ना यहीं पे
आ जाइए मैम इस तरह. Seats are ready for you.
आज आप लोग स्टेज पे रहेंगे.
Yes.
अच्छा कलर कितना है ऑरेंज अचानक से खाएंगे ये दम वाला है
बांटी का घर तो आप चढ़वा नहीं
पता नहीं जब फोन करूँ कल्पना का नंबर कौन सा मेरे पास होगा पूछो पता
Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Thank you for joining us here. Yeah. Welcome you all on behalf of the Retreat and
ट्रेनिंग कंसल्टेंसी मेरी आवाज पहुंची
here and now, living now. We have to explore at that time. When one will say something, and have to do that. Right? And they will just be. And one more thing I want to say, we are my organization, women start very low. One is I basically preparing for last and the organization. And we work with men. That is the best part. Yes, and we are just celebrating and we are doing this. We are proud. Now, what do you got?
Hello. और अच्छा क्वेश्चन था कि I also attended आप लोग in charge. Yes. Yeah. So it's my part. So for the last week. And I'm happy, really glad to be here. I get so many. I love the fact that she started. I see the fact that हम लोग very leadership concepts कर रहे हैं, and they are also representative of the same thing. Like their organization started by the women. I am actually really, I think, privileged to be amongst you guys working for NTPC and working towards more gender diverse, gender equal spaces, gender equal spaces. And so yeah, with that, ये जो आप लोगों के हाथ में क्या है क्या है अच्छा मेरी आवाज है ये ऑल आउट अच्छा I think this is here. So what do we have here? What do you guys think? The ground, yes. What else? What is Jembe? D is silent. English is a funny language. So this is a Jembe, and today we are going to try something which is called a drum circle. Drum circles क्या हो किसी ने एक्सपीरियंस किया आज से पहले ड्रम सर्कल yes so drum circle is actually a very powerful it's mostly done in outdoor spaces तो आप पार्क्स में देखेंगे जैसे हम लोग यूरोप में ट्रैवल करते हैं वहाँ पे सडनली एक पार्क में 100 लोग बैठ के ड्रम्स बजा रहे हैं सो पावरफुल एंड पीपल विल स्टार्ट जॉइनिंग इन कोई डांस कर रहे हैं वहाँ पे कोई फ्लूट शॉर्टेज आ रहे हैं कोई इंस्ट्रूमेंट प्ले कर रहे हैं बट ड्रम्स आर सेटिंग द टोन of that entire energy. The drums are creating that energy. So you guys like are here now and we are on stage. This is the stage, right? Lights be uploaded. Now on stage पे बैठ गए, right? अब हमको उसको justify कुछ करना पड़ेगा. Are we all ready? Yes. Yeah. Are we all ready? Yes. Yeah. Are we all ready? Yes. तो ये ऑडिटोरियम को याद रहे कि हम यहाँ आए थे ये विमेन लीडरशिप कॉन्क्लेव का सिर्फ यहाँ पे आदमी को जाके जाते होंगे स्टेज पे पर आज आप लोग सब यहाँ पे अपनी पावर उठाएंगे सो क्विकली बिफोर वी गेट ऑन द ड्रम्स मैं कुछ बेसिक चीजें लाइक आप लोगों के साथ डिस्कस कर लेता हूँ ठीक है रिदम जो हम बजाने जा रहे हैं रिदम जो हम बजाएंगे उसमें चार सेक्शन है 1, 2, 3, 4 ठीक है तो एक बार हम क्लैप करते हैं विद मी एंड वी शुड ऑल बी इन सिंक ठीक है तो सिंक से मतलब है वी शुड ऑल क्लैप टुगेदर एक बार जस्ट लेट्स ट्राई क्लैपिंग आप ड्रम सर्कल दीजिए एक सेकंड के लिए वी ऑल क्लैप टुगेदर ओके आई विल गिव यू द काउंट एंड वी ऑल क्लैप टुगेदर 1 2 3 4 4 काउंट्स राइट so let's start